Good morning, folks. Are we all about set to get started? Good morning. I'm Julius, or Julie Knapp, and I'm the Chief of the Office of Engineering and Technology. I want to welcome you to today's meeting of the Digital Closed Caption and Video Description Technical Working Group. This is actually our third meeting, I think. In honor of this meeting, we canceled all snow for today or this week. I think we had the meeting originally scheduled a couple of weeks ago. Maybe it was a good idea that we postponed to today. So welcome to all of you. Maybe we'll just start out by going around once again. I know most of us know each other by now, but I think it's always useful just to introduce yourselves as we go around to kick off the meeting. Why don't we go to my right? And speak into the microphone, they tell me. Well, I have the microphone.
Hi, I'm Hugh Van Tile with the FCC Office of Engineering and Technology.
Steve Martin at the FCC Laboratory.
Walid Qasim, FCC Media Bureau Engineering Division.
John Taylor, LG Electronics.
Andy Scott, National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Jeff Nudek at Motorola.
Phil McLaughlin, EEG.
Mike Kierwak, Evertz Microsystems.
Graham Jones, NAB.
Jimmy Ho, Verizon.
Sarah Hapner, North of Virginia Research Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing Persons.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America.
Larry Goldberg, WGBH, National Center for Accessible Media.
John Card, EchoStar.
Eric Bridges, American Council of the Blind.
David Dreisman, ABC.
I'm Patrick Weber with the FCC Consumer Governmental Affairs Bureau. We also have Susan Kimmel, who's walking around the room with our Disability Rights Office, and Mark Stone will be joining us shortly as well from the Consumer Governmental Affairs Office.
It's too late.
Sorry.
No excuses here, Brian.
I'll head home then. I'm Brian Mark Walter with the Consumer Electronics Association.
Well, again, welcome to all of you, and Karen just joined too. Yes, we got anybody on the conference phone?
I believe there's several of us on here. This is Mike Dillon with support at Graham's ad hoc.
Greg Schmidt, SCTI.
Chris Boyer from AT&T.
Bob Gibarelli, DirecTV.
Anybody else? All right, good. I'm pleased to report that I think we've made some progress, but we have a long way to go. And the one thing I'm pleased to report about is that recently Joel Guerin was named the Chief of the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau. Joel and I have already met a few times. I guess he's here about 6 weeks. Is that right? Yep. To bring him up to speed on this issue, he was intending to be here today, but unfortunately, a close friend of his had passed away suddenly, and he asked me to read a statement on his behalf. He said, "I'm sorry I couldn't be with you today. Unfortunately, I have to attend a funeral in New York, but I know you'll have a productive day. As I've learned more about the closed captioning issues we're grappling with, I've been struck both by the complexity of the issue and by the urgent need to help all the people who depend on this kind of communication. A lot of groundwork has clearly been done already. I hope you can take the next step today to chart a clear path to fill in the information we still need and get these issues resolved. Thanks for all of your hard work, and have a great meeting." I'm also pleased to report that one of the things that Joel did is helping to organize the work and identify specific tasks and timelines for to be achieved on our side of the court here at the FCC. And we'll talk more about this as we get into some of the issues today. Most of today will be focused on reports from the working groups. What I'd really like to try to do is identify the obstacles. We've talked about some of them before, and how we can go about breaking through those obstacles. One of the major challenges that we've had as we've done this work is just in collecting information about the nature of the issues. Another good piece of news is that the closed caption rules that were adopted a while ago actually become effective today. So what that's going to mean, and we'll hear more about that early this afternoon, is a new reporting process in a way to gather information on complaints and the problems that people are having as another element to work into our analysis in identifying the problems and how to fix them. So we were pretty pleased that we finally got that done. So you'll hear more about that this afternoon. As we discuss this, some of the thoughts that we've had and been talking about in the Commission is if there's a concern about providing information on problems, that it could lead to implicating yourself in a potential enforcement action. I think we're scratching our head about things we might be able to do to perhaps provide a short period where people could report without that fear, subject to a number of conditions. So we probably want to talk about that more. I will tell you that we're absolutely determined to make headway here. I do believe everybody's acting in good faith, and I don't mean to sound threatening here, but if, in the end we can't make headway ourselves, then the Commission is left to investigate individual cases and follow the path wherever it leads. I think that's a tedious way to go about this. It doesn't necessarily get us to fixing the problems that we all want to fix as quickly as we can. But the one thing I think I and the Commission is absolutely determined to do is to get these problems resolved. So I do appreciate, I know there's been some frustration, and I do appreciate everybody's patience in sticking with us. And we'll discuss as we go through the day, how we break through the barriers that we've been facing through this. So, with that, and not to put a damper on things at the start, are there any other good news reports that we've got from anybody? Well, that's not good. Just a couple of quick things, and not to put anybody on the spot, but we heard some very good reports about the captioning relative to the Super Bowl and the commercials leading up to it. Some good press coverage of that. Even the commercials in advance were, for the most part, captioned. which was a terrific step, I thought. There have been, we're aware that there have been some issues relative to the timing of the captions on some of the Olympics coverage, but I'm very pleased to say it looks like the folks who are involved jumped right on it and are working on it. Short delays in the captioning. So with that, why don't we move on in the agenda to the progress report from the Lessons Learned in Unsolved Mysteries subgroup. Graham, and I think you've got a presentation to make, if I'm correct.
Yes, I have. Thank you, Julie. So, yes, okay, we have the presentation up on the screen. Thank you. And one thing you didn't mention, Julie, is I believe this meeting is being webcast.
Yes.
And the URL for that was sent out by Susan in the meeting notice. So those of you on the phone should be able to log on to that and see the presentations. Can I just check whether anybody on the phone actually has been able to do that and is now seeing us live?
Yeah, it's confirmed.
Okay, thank you. And for those of you who haven't, the URL was in the email that Susan sent out yesterday. So
I think it's fcc.gov/live, and then there's a link from that. I think you just click the play button.
So this is a report of the closed captioning subgroup number 2, so-called collection of lessons learned and unsolved mysteries. And just a very brief recap of the scope of work that was agreed for this group was first to collect examples of situations where problems involving the consumer's inability to get captions or to manage captions properly were resolved by the distributor or by the TV receiver supplier or manufacturer working with the consumer. And these are the lessons learned. The second item was to identify cases where consumers were unable to get captions or where captions disappeared or were garbled. Where necessary and possible, capture video and or bit streams of problem cases and analyze such video and bit streams and work through the caption system to identify the cause of the problems and possible solutions. These are the unsolved mysteries, which hopefully we hope to make solved mysteries. And finally, to create a list of process improvements to assist the industry and consumers in like situations to remedy their problems quickly. So I'm pleased to say we have made some progress towards these goals. Not as much as I would like, as is often the case. Things don't move quite as quickly, but we have moved forward. And I'm pleased to say I've had an active group of people. We've had 5 teleconferences since our last meeting face-to-face in November, 2 in December, and 2 in January, and 1 just this week. The subgroup comprises 22 members from industry, all sectors of the industry effectively, plus 2 additional ad hoc observers, 1 a consultant, that's Mike Dolan, who is on the phone today, and 1 from another manufacturer, and with the representatives from the FCC who join our meetings, we typically have between 16 and 18 people calling in to each meeting, which is good. Our discussions have continued to focus on existing and new sources of lessons learned and problems as yet unsolved, and gathering those together and, to the extent that we can, documenting them. We have continued our efforts to move forward with bitstream capture, which I did report on at our last meeting here, and I'll come back to that a bit later. And we have started consideration of process improvements, but that is still in progress. So, moving on to a little more on where we are with lessons learned. As I said at the last meeting here, many captioning problems have been solved over the years by all parts of the industry, from the broadcasters, the stations and networks, through cable and satellite operators, the equipment manufacturers, both professional and consumer, and by the captioning authors and service providers. And they themselves have solved, and in some cases documented, problems that they've had over many years. My group is working to gain access to and catalogue these lessons learned, but as I said, in general, a lot of these solutions are not in fact generally documented. So this is a work in progress, and I'm still sure there's a large amount of information out there that we have not yet tapped. One of the issues which has been touched on is this of confidentiality and potential liability for acknowledging problems that have occurred or maybe that are still going on, both in terms of broadcasters and MVPDs, FCC rule compliance, and issues of product reputation from manufacturers as well. And that, I think, has been somewhat of a damping factor, and I know we're going to discuss that later in the meeting, and Julie mentioned that earlier. Nevertheless, we have gathered some case studies from within the group, both from our satellite and cable members, and some case studies of terrestrial broadcast problems as well. And these are being entered into a so-called lessons learned document, which in fact is an Excel spreadsheet. And that is a work in progress, but that will be the form of the output of our lessons learned, is the plan at the moment. That will be the basis of the database that we're working on. So, moving on to the bitstream capture activities, and I'm going to call on Mike Dolan to perhaps walk us through the points that I've made in this slide. Just as introduction, I think as many of you know, Mike, who is a well-respected consultant in broadcast technologies based in San Diego, who I personally have worked with over many years in both ATSC and SMPTE standards technical committees, and has done work for CEA in the past on closed captioning issues. So Mike Dolan was retained by CEA through the good offices of Brian Markwalter to work with us on this. So Mike, if you're on the phone and have heard what I've just said, can I ask you to pick this up now, please?
Sure, Graham, and thank you, Graham, and working group members. I'll be brief. We had some initial analysis of caption bitstreams that were submitted by Steve, and also John Card was able to verify the details of what he suspected. We did this early on last fall. Tim Taylor, Vitech, also set up capture hardware and software and was instrumental in providing some constructive feedback to the documentation that was provided along with the hardware and software to do the capture. In response to some feedback received recently, we prepared 2 caption kits. This consists of the 2 items that cost money, a total of $180, in case we found somebody where it was a financial hardship to do the bitstream, but they were otherwise willing and able to do the capture. Unfortunately, the attempts to engage a number of people have not been terribly successful. We worked through Cheryl and some other leads for people that seemed like good candidates to do this, and for various reasons, and there was no single reason, but for various reasons, most of the folks chose to decline. The FTP site remains active, and we're eager and willing to look at bitstreams that anybody captures in markets where a problem has been observed. So I guess I'd appeal to the group, if you have suggestions for folks that we haven't already contacted, perhaps pass those on through Graham, and we'll track them down and see if they'd be interested. I think that's it, Graham. I don't know if you had a second slide you want me to go through.
We'll come back to that, Mike. Thanks very much. Karen had a question.
Yeah, I'm just curious to know whether you can share some of the reasons why people declined to do this, because it may help help the community find new people.
Sure. In one case, someone said that they had a financial hardship, and when I pointed out to them that there was a caption kit put together, then I didn't hear back from them, so I guess I don't really know the reason for that one. In one case, folks were interested but busy. I think actually in two cases it was more of a, gee, this sounds great, I'd love to help you, I just don't have the time. Those are the ones that come to mind. I'd have to go back through emails and see what the rest
Can
were.
you describe for us, because I'm not sure I understand what the process is, what this entails for a consumer? Because I didn't think that there was any financial obligation, and I didn't think there was a whole lot of time obligation, but maybe there is. If you can explain the steps that a consumer has to go through, I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So after reviewing some low-cost consumer hardware and software on the market, we selected a $80 USB tuner, which connects to your laptop, and some software that's available online. It's not available in the stores, but the tuner is available in the stores for Best Buy. The total cost for both of these is $180. And as we mentioned, we put together two kits in the event that was a burden to anybody that was interested in actually doing the capture. Once that's installed, which shouldn't take very long, maybe 20 or 30 minutes, and we've had several people install it without any trouble. The capture is really more of watching whatever you're normally watching on television, and when you experience a problem or you observe a problem in the broadcast, then with the click of a mouse you can cause the device to start recording the bit stream to disk. And after 10, 20, 30 seconds, depending on how long it takes in order to capture the problem you're observing, then that file can be uploaded to an FTP site over the internet and email posted to me to say, hey, I did this, take a look at it, and here's the problem I was observing. So that's kind of in a nutshell what the process is and the cost involved to get set up.
Cheryl, did you?
I'd like to add a little background to that. I did think about recruiting a number of people, but what stopped me was that I realized that most of the people I know who were interested and willing to do this, and even eager sometimes, were people who are using cable or satellite services. And this was limited to just over-the-air texting. So that's where it sort of switched to a hop for me. It was much harder to try to find individuals who were using just an antenna to capture that information. Part of that is probably because most of the people who tell me about their captioning problems are sending me emails. And that usually means that they're also the kind of people who can afford cable or satellite. So we're not really able to reach people who use over-the-air as easily to recruit them.
If I can just respond to that, and I think Mike may well have some... If I can just respond to that, and Mike may have some comments on it as well. First, to Karen's comment, we did produce, or Mike Dolan produced, a little guide called the Closed Caption Verification Program, which I have here, which we sent to the potential volunteers, which we have available to send out to anybody else. And this explains what the equipment is, what the procedures are, and what actually has to be done. So I will certainly forward that to you, Karen, and anyone else if they'd like to see it.
Why don't you forward it to Susan and we'll send it to the whole group?
Right. So that makes fairly clear what is required. And as Mike said, we put together a kit of the tuner and the software that could be made available free of charge. It does assume that the person involved has a computer. But then, since we're normally communicating by email, that is self-evident anyway. On Cheryl's point, and we'll come back later to how we can also handle cable and satellite in different ways. Some of the problems that have been seen with people watching over cable and satellite are of local broadcast stations. So even those people, it would be very useful for them to take part in this activity. And even if they don't have their own antenna receive television, the kit of parts has its own antenna, plugs into the computer, and that enables them to receive over the air. Now, not in every location. It depends on DTV reception, but that applies to DTV reception in general. So we will be looking to people who even normally would be receiving on cable or satellite to also do the over-the-air activity. And in fact, that could be doubly useful, because then we would have a comparison between what they see received over the air on the computer and what they see on the same program received on their cable or satellite receiver. So I think perhaps we've not made that sufficiently clear, and we can certainly do that when we reach out to other people. Mike, do you have anything further on that?
I think that's a good summary. One thing I would add is, I mean, Cheryl's correct, of course, to the extent that there are problems on cable channels that are, not over-the-air broadcasts, then this doesn't help. But to the extent that the problems are being observed from local or network programming that's also available over the air, it would be a valuable tool to help isolate the problem.
This is Lisa Hamlin. If what I heard was correct, you're just asking consumers for turning this on when they would normally turn on their television. You're not asking for X amounts of hours per day or anything like that. It's just a matter of making sure that everything that's hooked up, once you have it hooked up, is then on and ready to go when they turn on the TV, say if they come home at work at night. It's not a dedicated X amount of time. Okay, thank you.
Yes, in fact, that's important, because recording these bit streams uses a lot of storage space on the computer, and in fact it's necessary to only record short segments, otherwise you're going to run out of hard drive space.
And you really want people to hit the record button when they see a problem, not just samples in general. Is be prepared when you start seeing anomalies, record now.
Yes, so to that extent it requires a little effort on the part of the volunteer, because they've got to coordinate, they've got to have the computer set up, and they've got to be prepared to start recording when they see problems. And that was one of the reasons that I was concentrating on asking members of the deaf and hard of hearing community to get involved, because I thought they would have the motivation to do this. And I must admit that when we started this exercise, we didn't reach out broadly because we really thought we were going to be swamped by people wanting to do it. That was our fear, that we were going to have hundreds of people saying that we want to do this. So we actually restricted our requests to a fairly small sample of people, suggested by Cheryl and by Dana Mulvaney, and Dana herself, who later decided she didn't want to do it. And so I was really very taken aback when we started having a problem in getting people to actually get involved. And I don't know what really went wrong. Maybe we didn't communicate sufficiently what was needed. And I still think we can do this. The other thing I think is that not everybody realizes what the need or the benefit of doing this is. They say, well, we see the problems. In some cases, they've been recorded onto video. It shows the captions are garbled, or we say they're late. And they don't understand necessarily why it's useful to see the actual technical bit stream that originated that problem. And it's quite true. In some cases, you don't need it. But in some cases, you do. And so now we have the infrastructure in place to do this. I really want to follow through and to get the people in various markets and in various locations getting us some recordings that we can look at of real problems that they have seen and try to get to the bottom of them.
I'll try to press a little bit more on this point. So really, first of all, I'd like to drill down to make it real simple. So the idea is that a consumer is seeing problems with their captions, and it would be, obviously you're not going to get the box instantaneously, so they'd have to notify, hey, I've been seeing problems regularly, and then they get shipped the box, and then they got to hook it to the PC, right?
Yeah.
Collect the info, and then they've got to download it somehow, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, the download is over the internet to an FTP, a file transfer site. that we've set up with Brian through CEA, and that is not an insignificant issue, but it's no more difficult than uploading photographs, which people do, digital photos that people do at the moment.
Let me postulate a couple of things. For some consumers, that still won't be that simple, and it's still, just getting your PC there and all, it is a bit of a headache. Why can't the service providers do this? So if you're getting, well, I'm going to toss the ball back. Right. So, for example, if there's a complaint from the consumer that and they don't understand what's going on, that they go out and, because you don't have to do a lot of these, and it's a little bit of a headache because you have to have a willing consumer to have somebody go out and do this. But I'd just like to explore those options too.
Well, I think before the service providers answer that, we're talking here about over-the-air broadcast transmissions. So service providers don't really come into it, unless you're saying, why doesn't the broadcast station go out and do it? So this is this particular activity, and we'll come to the cable and satellite on later slides.
We'll pick it up there.
Yeah.
But I was really responding to Cheryl's point. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, let me jump in here. I mean, maybe we're making this too hard. I mean, how many people around the table use captions? Right? Do we ever notice problems with captions? I do, and I'm off air, right? So, for example, in my location in across the river here, I get no captions on Channel 5, but I get captions from Channel 45 in Baltimore, which is the same programming. I have a Toshiba receiver. I don't know the model number. It's, I don't know, a year and a half old. I've lost captions on Channel 4 once I updated the software in it, right? So here's a nice test case. What's going on, right? So if we all, I mean, I'm guessing that we can identify some test cases and then put together a task force to basically begin to look at this. But I think there's a larger issue here, and the larger issue is the structure of this committee organized to solve the problem? Are we properly structured? Or do we just want to send out a appointed subgroup to go out and figure out a plan that takes us forward? I mean, you mentioned frustration. It was your word, and I agree with it, by the way. Right? So is there anyone who believes that with this current structure we're going to move forward and solve the problem? Right? Okay, so the tooth fairy's on vacation. So maybe
silence is not agreeing there, Greg. We were thinking about it.
Well, I mean, we're all adults. Speak up. We've got all the sunshine disinfectant here, right?
Well, I think you raise a good point, because what we've been trying to do is get those kinds of test cases into the process and then diagnose them.
Right, but what's the process for taking that information and moving forward? Where's the master plan, right? Where's the timeline? Where are the goals and milestones?
Go ahead.
This is Brian.
Go ahead.
I guess I too have been a little surprised and disappointed that we didn't get more people involved in capture. But I kind of understand. Everybody's busy. It's more than just an average person would probably want to do. But I'm not convinced we're doing the wrong things. We all knew that this was just a broadcast piece, but until we can understand at least that piece and where there are problems, and presumably there apparently are if you're still seeing them. So I felt like I could have gone and made captures. I kind of didn't want this to be oversampled in the DC area, because I felt like that was probably pretty. Graham could have done it. Any of us could have done that. So we've learned the first thing, which is we're going to have to push somehow or facilitate some data capture to feed this system of analysis. I mean, I'm curious whether people think that the notion of capturing some problems and doing some systematic analysis is wrong and not part of the path we should be on anymore, because that's a pretty big change. Then there's a separate level of discussion maybe Julie wants to get to towards the end after we use this meeting to kind of figure out our status, and that's, okay, well, given this and the problems we've had so far, what kind of schedule are we on, and what do we need to do differently to make more progress. I guess, Greg, what I'm saying is I don't think we can rush to redoing everything at the beginning of the meeting just because Graham's reporting that we haven't been able to get a lot of consumer captures here.
No, I'm not trying to, that's not my point at all. My point is simply to surface what I think is a critical issue that needs to be addressed constructively in order to orient us on the right path. That's all. And I'm anxious to get it on the table because the last thing I want to do, frankly speaking, is sit here all day until 4 o'clock and listen to reports about lack of progress. If there's lack of progress, okay, that's a high-level overview. There's lack of progress. We can probably summarize most of what's happened since the last meeting in a couple of paragraphs and read it, and that's very efficient, right? So my reason for putting it on the table is not to blow up the meeting or blow up the process. It's to say maybe we fast forward and leave some time open for the constructive discussion that I think is going to need to take place to put us on a path to move forward. Does
This
that
is
make
Steve.
sense?
Well, let me get Karen and then Steve. Go ahead.
I actually just want to echo your concerns. And I agree with you. I don't think there's any point in going over progress reports that are going to tell us what we haven't done. I'm actually surprised, I guess, that not everybody on this committee knew of the problems that you were having in terms of getting consumers. Communication service for the deaf has a wide range of people available to it. They were the ones that got a grant from the FCC to conduct extensive outreach and education to the deaf and hard of hearing community on the DTV transition. And they literally have a nationwide network of people that they could tap into. So I don't think it's going to be a problem finding people to do this, and can think of many people. I think that it sounds like this was started slowly, maybe a little bit of lack of education and communication about what capturing these bit streams and getting involved as a consumer entailed. I, for one, had no idea. I didn't even know that this had already started. The one concern that I have is I guess I'd like to learn a little bit more about it. I want to make sure that, well, let me say this. I have no problem with asking consumers to be volunteers. A part of me wishes that we could roll back the clock a couple of years and have gotten some DTV funds for this, because I do think that it's a task. I mean, people do watch TV, but there's a responsibility here. When you watch TV, you usually relax. You're not working. This is a working job. I mean, this is figuring out what's going on that's wrong. It's uploading or downloading the data. It would be nice to be able to get some people and actually compensate them and say, this is a contract that we're expecting you to do. And then the other question that I have is, what amount of time? What are we talking about? It's not clear to me how much time we're asking consumers. Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? I agree with you, though. After that, at that point, again, having gotten a better feel for what this entails, what kind of commitment it entails, I agree. We need to set a timeline. I think, the goal in putting together this committee was to have the engineers at the table that could communicate with each other as an outgrowth of what Larry had originally put together at that very first meeting that was outside the FCC. We remember sitting at that meeting and having the people around that table saying, oh, I know how to fix that, and I know how to fix that, and there was communication. That's the whole goal of this committee. So what I was hoping is that after you got the information that you needed, again, I think there has to be a timeline. At what point do you stop? At what point do you take the information and move with it? At that point, it would seem to me that the brains around the table, or the people that are connected to the people around the table that have the engineering experience, are going to be able to come forward. And again, the FCC should set a timeline by which these problems should be corrected. And if additional time is needed, then those entities should come forward and say, this is what we've done so far. But there should be a definite plan in place. And I guess that's what I thought we were working towards.
Let's go ahead.
Right. Okay.
I'm a little concerned about time. I only have Mike Dolan until 11 o'clock. He has another meeting to go to. So I'd like
why don't you finish the...
I can stay with the agenda and stay with my report, and then perhaps we'll address the issues of how we go forward after that.
Yep.
Thanks. So Right, so we went through the activities of bitstream activities where we are so far. So addressing satellite and cable, which is certainly, that's where most people watch their programs, facing that's the reality. And different arrangements are needed from over the air when you're capturing bit streams from cable or satellite. Partly because many cable and satellite programs are encrypted. So some of the lessons learned that, and bit streams that we've already been looking at have come from satellite operators. EchoStar, for instance, provided some to Mike Dolan. But it was suggested, that are there other ways that we could make this more convenient for consumers? And we have noted that many cable and satellite boxes have digital video recorders as part of the box, the DVR. And they, in fact, record bit streams. They do the same thing that we would effectively be doing with a PC with the over-the-air reception. So we actually already have, in many consumers' homes, the capability to record bit streams. So over the last couple of meetings that we've had, we have explored the possibility of using that capability to enable those bit streams to be then returned to the cable or satellite operator. Now, the reason we need to do that, and perhaps John can pick up on this, or Jeff Nudek, who from Motorola, who makes the boxes, is because the encrypted bit streams have to be read by a device that knows how to decode them. So we're investigating that right now, and I think this is a fruitful line of inquiry. John.
So, let me pick up from where Graham has left off. Exactly as Graham says, the streams are encrypted on the internal DVR drive. That's probably going to be good news to a couple of members of the committee who have copyrighted content flowing through Dish Network system. As well as broadcast streams are encrypted. There are some FCC rules that we interpret to require us to do that, to limit access to locals, to DMAs, and so forth. We can indeed, current Dish Network customers with the appropriate DVR set-top box can actually transfer any recording that they've made to an external hard drive. That hard drive is also encrypted and is locked to that customer's account. So the process that has kind of been set up for off-air analysis could be somewhat replicated for Dish Network customers with the right DVR. They could transfer files to an external storage media and send those basically up to the engineers in Denver, who are then able to go through a couple steps, find the encryption keys, decrypt the streams, and then do the analysis of those bit streams. So it is not something that we could open up, and much as Graham said, if we got 1,000 streams come in, we literally couldn't analyze them in the next 5 years. The time it takes for one engineer to go in and find the keys, and it's really only one or two people who are allowed to do this, means that we could handle a half a dozen interested consumers who have found problems. The streams that we actually provided, I want to also note, actually came off air. So even those streams that we found so far, we basically replicated the consumer setup and found them ATSC streams off air. So we are able to work with half a dozen or so customers, a dozen, 2, 3. The amount of time it would take in the case of a DVR is actually just noting that there's a problem with a recorded program. So to get to your point, Karen, if someone has recorded a program or someone is watching a program live, notices a problem, rewinds back to the before that spot, and makes a recording from that point for 30 seconds or a minute, whatever it takes to record that recording then, those bits should be enough to provide the analysis. We are happy to do this analysis. We basically, what I've described, replicates what we would do internally when we receive problems on some channel that we broadcast. So we have engineers who will do exactly what I just described and then pull those streams in and analyze them internally. The only difference here would be the source of those streams would be from someone who's not an engineer sitting in an EchoStar facility somewhere or a Dish Network facility somewhere. So it is possible for us to do that. When we get to the point of talking about timelines, and as well as some of the liability issues, I'd like to maybe come back on this and try and figure out the best way forwards. But we're happy to help. Others may have additional information.
If I can move forward with the report, perhaps if there's any further discussion on that, come back to that afterwards, because I'm a little concerned about, as I say, losing Mike. So I put together here a drawing which shows, and this is a simplified conceptual broadcast system diagram for the benefit of those of you who actually know that television comes out of their TV receivers, but and they know it starts in studios, but don't really know what goes on in between. So this just shows at very, very high level the blocks that programs typically go through to get to the home. And I won't go through it in detail, but I can explain it to anyone who doesn't understand it. But starting on the left with production, which is red, through at the top broadcast networks, which are purple, and then out to broadcast stations, which are light green, and over the air, and then to the right-hand side for the consumer equipment, and then cable networks coming out through cable systems and satellite systems, over satellite or cable, and those same systems picking up over the air or direct from the local broadcast stations. So it's a fairly complex thing, and as you can see, there are many, many organizations have separate responsibilities. So as far as captioning is concerned, the captions for the over-the-air broadcast start up here when the programs are made, or in post-production after the programs are made. They go to the network center at ABC or CBS or NBC or wherever, and they may pass through those captions, or they may modify them, or they may add additional ones. They then go out to the local station, and they may pass the captions through, or they may generate their own local captions, and they put them on the signal that goes out over the air, over the transmitter, and then received over the air in a digital television or a converter box for an analog television. So you can see straight away the number of places and the complexity of the distribution system. Those same signals from the local stations may go to the cable or satellite organization, and they go out over their distribution, then come into the home through set-top boxes, which may decode the captions. Typically they will, or in some cases they may pass them through in the way that analog captions would pass through, and they could be decoded in the television receiver. So again, further complexity. And then programs that are purely cable are captioned before they go to the cable network head end, and then they go out through their own distribution system to the cable and satellite operators. So this is just to make clear, this is not an insignificant system, and that's part of the problem. So let's talk about the analysis issues. And Mike, would you like to pick up on this again?
Sure, happy to, Graham. So, are you going to put up the other slide on this, or do you want me to speak to the diagram?
Hopefully it'll change. Why isn't the...
It's changing.
Okay, I'm just going through the builds on the slide. You're right. Okay. I'm sorry I missed those builds earlier. I was doing it on my own computer in front of me, not the one on the screen.
Okay. That's okay. So, depending on the actual problem that's being observed ultimately in the home, it can come from any of these points in the system. And the various things that we've talked about over the last hour are able to address some, but not all of these points in the system. But often the case, it's helpful to start where the problem is observed and sort of work back through the system to try to find the source of it. So having one of the challenges or open issues that we have, of course, is having the ability to do capture and analysis at these different places in the system. It's also the case that there are caption problems in local markets, and unless you have somebody physically there that's able to record an off-air broadcast in particular, that it's difficult to address the problem remotely. As someone has raised, I think a couple of you did earlier in the conversation, the schedule is somewhat fluid. We don't have, okay, we're going to capture this many bit streams in this amount of time and go through an analysis, so that there's some work that can be done there to kind of shore up this as an engineering project. And then resources are an issue to the extent that folks are unable or unwilling to devote the time necessary to do these captures and upload the files. it may take, as someone suggested earlier, funding to encourage people to spend the time and energy to do this. So, and then the last issue is, I think, on the agenda for later today. I do have to get to another meeting. If folks have questions, though, I'll stick around here for a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike, and thanks for making the time early in the morning out there on the West Coast. Are you planning on coming back to this meeting later?
Yes, I'll be able to rejoin after your lunch break.
Okay, good. So perhaps at that time we can revisit any issues that people want to raise that you may be able to help with. The other bullet Mike didn't mention is this one with ongoing activity.
We like the captions.
And that is whether we need to wrap this particular activity up as far as this working group is concerned. It's whether there is a need for anything to go on beyond that, and that's something perhaps we should discuss this afternoon or later. And then, as Mike said, the issues of confidentiality and liability are still a concern. Our third task for the group is to recommend process improvements. And as I pointed out in the system drawing, we have a variety of aspects to the chain, and the problems and the process, in fact, is different on different distribution platforms, be it over-the-air, cable, and satellite, although there is some commonality, so we have to take account of that. Jeff Newdeck did produce a strawman framework for what needs to be done in terms of monitoring throughout the chain, and we actually, I think, mentioned that at the last meeting we had here, and we're going to build on that to analyze the process and recommend improvements to the processes that exist right now. And so some of our group members, the networks, CBS for instance, have made some input and told us what they're doing, and others have as well. And I think what we really need to come up with is whether we're going to try and have some unified, integrated system, or whether it's left to the individual elements of the broadcast chain to be just responsible for their part. And that's part of the problem. As I showed you earlier on the system drawing, each different color here is typically a different organization. And so the captions flow all the way through. So they can say it's okay leaving here, but it may not be okay at the end of the next part of the chain. And so do we need to integrate this all together into some unified system is one thing that I think really needs to be reviewed. So this was a drawing that Jeff Newdeck came up with, showing some of the typical monitoring points. I won't even try and go into those in detail. So ongoing for this group, I see our activities are first to coordinate the problems and bitstream captures with deaf community volunteers, and I think we'd like to get some action items for that out of this meeting as to how we're going to do that, determine the scale of it and what the involvement really is, then to get on and analyze some of these streams to enable us to establish the sources of the problems and to define the solutions, to continue to coordinate with existing sources and make liaison with those that we haven't yet coordinated with on lessons learned and gather them together into our central repository. One other item that I haven't yet mentioned, but which has come up in our discussions, is the possibility of issuing a request for information or even a request for quotation to industry for more specific automated bitstream parsing and analysis software. Now, the work that has been done by those people who are already working on this, like excuse me, like Mike Dolan and others, typically relies on manually looking at the data and figuring out what's wrong. To some extent, some of this can be done in an automated manner with software, But I don't think at the moment there's anything that does it specifically in the way that we need, although one or two manufacturers, and I've discussed this with Phil McLaughlin, are doing this, particularly in the baseband domain. So they actually analyze what is done before the signal is transmitted. There is analysis software that does transport stream analysis for MPEG streams, which basically looks at the streams that are transmitted or on cable or satellite to see whether they're okay, but without necessarily looking at the inner workings of what the caption data is. So perhaps we need something that combines the two together, and we may need different capabilities in different parts of the chain. So we know we have a little capture kit that we've already put together for receiving off air, and if you're doing it from cable or satellite, you do it in a different way. So it has been suggested that one of the outputs of this group should be actually to do that. We haven't yet issued it. In fact, it's fairly recent that we've been talking about it. But I think it's something that probably is certainly worth doing. So if anyone has any comments or wants to add to that now, that would be perhaps the time to do so.
Go ahead, Steve.
This is Steve Martin, not specifically on that last point, but going back to the recording of bit streams. Julie had mentioned why can't providers do this? If a consumer sees a consistent problem, like the show on a particular channel at 8 p.m. on Monday night always has captioning problems, it certainly is reasonable, I think, for us to contact the broadcast station and ask them to record a bit stream for us. So any cases like that we can find out about, I think we could come up with bit streams without the consumer having to do the work of recording them. Certainly in cases where things are more sporadic or random, it could be useful, I think, having consumers involved in collecting examples.
Yeah.
So my question is, I know that you've been getting some complaints, and you're probably going to be getting a lot more now that the complaint rules will go into effect. Has the FCC, and maybe Susan, you can respond to this from CGB, has the FCC set up any kind of staffing to review the complaints, both that have come in or that will be coming in, for patterns such as that described by Steve and other very useful information that could be handed over?
At this point, I don't think there's any changes in our current way of doing things. We do have several members of a complaint team that receives complaints. The analysis portion, I think, is being developed, or something that we're aware of in terms of what the fields might be in some sort of database. So what kinds of information and how to make it useful to the effort that's being done by this group is something that's still on being talked about.
Okay, it would seem to me, this is Karen again, it would just seem to me that would be one of the main recommendations going forward from this group, whether we vote on it or not. Just seems common sense to have CGB set up staff to specifically review these complaints that are either come in or they're going to be coming in, because now that people are going to be able to file complaints directly, Cheryl has been inundated with consumers contacting her. Lisa has. They're going to start sending them over here. So there has to be some mechanism that's set up, and I think it's worth telling Joel Gurin, that this needs to happen.
The first presentation this afternoon is going to be by Mike Jacobs about the revised complaint process, and I have a handout of the form that is used for filing a complaint online, or if you prefer, you can mail it in. But certainly the online ones would be easy to enter into some database. Now, the main point being is that it doesn't necessarily, the current complaint form doesn't necessarily have all the fields that are necessary to do the kind of analysis that would be most useful to this group, which would require an additional rulemaking to add fields. It would mean going back to OMB and more PRA stuff, but that could be done to have it coincide with the kinds of information that is needed. For example, I don't think it has, you don't have to specify model numbers of different pieces of equipment that you're using in your home. And if that is needed, then that could conceivably be added to this form. But that is not a simple process, is what I'm saying.
Short of going back to, this is Karen again, sorry, but short of going back to OMB, which no one wants to do, it would seem to me that if you had staff to follow up, they could contact those people and get the necessary information.
That truly is how a complaint is handled when it goes to our enforcement bureau. That's not DRO staff. But
I do think that's a fair point. In fact, Joel and I talked about it yesterday. Taking, what can we do with the information that we have to identify patterns? I had questions about, do we see patterns in an area? Is it, have we got, let's just say hypothetically, we've got 100 complaints, or 50 of them coming from one station or one provider in a particular area, so you can zero in. And so I definitely think that that's something that we need to be working on, and I think Joel is supportive of that. So that's a fair point. Go ahead.
This is Lisa Hamlin. I'm actually very intrigued by this idea of putting out an RFQ for automated bitstream parsing. I think that's my concern right from the last meeting was, what are we going to do with 6 bit streams? I mean, how much real hard data are you going to get from that? If you have something automated, to me that seems like a more a way that you could really get a lot of data that is valuable. The question, though, for me becomes, what do you do with the data, and who is doing what with this data that's coming down?
I'm going to ask Phil McLaughlin to say one thing that you could do with a piece of equipment, but the request for us to do this came from Bob Seidel at CBS. And I think his assumption was that the network or the station would use this to automatically log problems that would then enable the station or the network or wherever you were doing the monitoring to figure out what was wrong and fix the problem. So that was it was a tool, a maintenance tool for people in the broadcast chain.
And that would be wonderful. I'd love the idea of solving the problems quickly before they become really a major problem. But I'm also wondering if this could be something that, again, could be provided to the FCC, so we have a database of, and again, I'm not looking to point fingers, but what kind of problems do we see? How can we solve that? How can we share this information so it's not just this one station who has the answer to the problem, but everybody gets to see what. I mean, that to me ultimately is, again, going back to this committee that I didn't get to, but the idea of exchanging information seems really valuable to me.
Right. Well, and perhaps Mike or Mike Kurowick from one of our other manufacturers who makes monitoring and captioning equipment could comment on the feasibility of this and whether they would see people wanting to use it.
I guess I could say a few things about it. I mean, in terms of these types of problems where we're looking at various type of perceived problems in the field and what the causes of these problems are through the broadcast chain, we address and fix about 2 to 3 of those a day. This is our life. I mean, we do this constantly. Both on the cable origination side, cable production, local broadcast networks, the whole deal. So we have a lot of experience doing this. Unfortunately, it's usually not quite as simple of having an automated tool show up and saying, red light, green light, and generally whatever type of diagnostic information that tool produces tends to be understandable only to the person that wrote the tool. So, I mean, it's a starting point that you see, yes, it looks to be something anomalous here, but then to go back and try to trace it down really requires somebody to sit and work with this. So I guess the situation in general here is one in which I don't know if this is going to be a panacea for all the problems. At the end of the day, where we see solutions take place, it's where a broadcaster, a conversation might go like this. Broadcaster says, well, I have a certain customer that's complaining when I put a certain syndicated program on the air, they're not seeing the captions, everything else looks good. This is a classic kind of thing, and at that point you have to look to see what is different about that material. Very often, to assign blame on one piece of equipment, or it's rarely, if ever, the caption agency. The caption agency is the first one to blame, usually the last one to be responsible. So that's been our experience. But typically, in the transference of the signal, you'll find one spot where there might be let's say a vaguely documented aspect of encoding, a formatting that's questionable, and some pieces of equipment that will accept it, formatted the one way but not necessarily another. So there's a lot of vagaries here. With experience, you learn how to solve this type of problem. But I don't know how impressed I am with the overall concept of making a one-stop shopping automated tool. The other question I would ask about that, which I don't know the answer to this, is we talk about words like RFQ. Quote generally means money. The question is who's paying for this, who owns it, I guess from this, not as a vendor of this, but just as an organization, we might want to ask whether this group is going to be a purchasing entity to buy something, or whether that would be FCC or otherwise. I'm also a little bit concerned, it's a little bit off topic, it's on this, but I'm a little bit concerned that we probably don't want to shift the burden of proving a complaint down to engineering aspects to the consumer. And there's a bit of a psychological process here that's kind of going in that direction. If we don't want to be saying that a consumer, because they're not getting captioners, has to be supplying a capture of this with the analysis software saying it's bad. That's sort of probably a bad place for that buck to stop. So I'm just concerned that we don't want to get to that place.
I'd just like to add that as far as caption monitoring tools, I know both of our companies make equipment that monitors the validity of captions in baseband digital video. But I think what's lacking is something to monitor them, especially in real time, in transport streams, compressed transport streams, directly. Because I think once you decode them to baseband and then pass them through a monitoring tool in baseband, then there's potential problems that may exist in the transport stream that have now been lost. Something that's not inherent in the captions in baseband, but only the way that it's encoded in the transport stream. And I think that's one tool that's missing that would be very important in solving some of these issues. And we're interested in looking at that.
Yes, that's a very good comment, Mike. The one concern we may have on something like this, though, is that due to conditional access or encryption, as it's been referred to, issues, a tool like that is virtually impossible to use in a premium cable environment, in a satellite environment, or things of this kind. It can be very useful, as we're discussing here, in a terrestrial environment.
Would it be useful, since you have experience in solving these problems on an ongoing basis, would it be useful to catalog what the solutions were to past cases? Is it even possible?
It's a very difficult effort. It's really all over the place, the types of things that happen. Sometimes it's a frame sync that's in a piece of broadcast equipment. Format conversion devices, MPEG encoder, plant hookup. It's an ongoing thing. It's never like the phone's going to ring and you're going to say you're going to know exactly what this is going to be, and the solution A or solution B. It's engineering work to do it.
Is it useful to keep track going forward, just to give to get a feel for the distribution of causes? Graham put up a very complex diagram that Jeff drew, right, which showed multiple places where things can go wrong. You seem to be confirming that
Yeah,
they go wrong at every place they can.
Yeah, that diagram's actually simplified. No, I mean, I'm not being a wise guy. I mean, when you look at this, very simplified. I mean, for example, in a broadcast plant, very often, you know, what you're looking at there, very often the broadcast plant has a responsibility to provide both SD and HD signals. So when they have their HD, they derive their SD, another down conversion process, captioning's touched. Then that sometimes goes back. That's re-encoded for Nielsen. I mean, there's a lot of extra hands that are in this particular pot. So you very often you're in a situation where you have to get a print of the plant to come in there to try to guess where this might be. And this is something we do quite a bit. So
let me just try to take a stab at least what I thought we were trying to do. And we should talk more about the best way of getting there. Part of the purpose of this exercise was in collecting the lessons learned and the unsolved mysteries was twofold. One was to do just what Greg is describing. You know, as engineers had gone through the process of finding problems and solving them, and maybe we haven't talked about an output document, but some sort of a compilation of, well, here are things that we ran into before and what we learned about it, and to pass it around the community so that others who might encounter a similar problem would know, aha, that's the fix. The unsolved mysteries part was, well, here are the things that are going on, and we don't know where it is in that chain. And so it takes some diagnosis. I'd be interested in talking a little bit about, are we going about this the right way? And Greg's is a fair point. I'd like to talk about that a bit. I'm a little concerned that we've got a balance here between, I don't want to make it so cumbersome that we're spending months and months doing analysis that maybe there's an easier way to do. And Greg, also the point that you raised about, well, geez, I see the captions are fine on the same network on this channel, but not on that channel, and why? Where, at least in my mind, exactly the sorts of things that we're trying to do is get them into this process so that we can figure out what's going on, solve it, and then pass it on to everybody else. So I'd be interested in first reactions about, are we going about this the right way? And I want to thank Graham and all the people who've been working, because I know that they've been hard at work on this. And so the first question is, are we going about it the right way? Phil?
I can make a quick comment on this. I'm kind of thinking a little bit more about what Greg said, because it took a little bit of time for that to sink in. The one solution that always works is to put the system in conformance with the rules. That's all we do. I mean, quite frankly, it's all we do. If you are making captions that will play on the FCC required decoder, in other words, using the FCC minimum decoder rules, if you conform to the CEA specification, if you conform to the SMPTE specification, and the ATSC specification, it always works. The rules aren't broken, as far as I can see. I've never seen a case where the rule is broken.
I thought, just to interrupt you a second, I thought there was some rule change. There was a flaw that they weren't perfect, they were modified, or something with the timing of one versus another.
Well, certainly the problems that we fix from a day-to-day basis,
right.
It's really just putting it in conformance with the chain of rules between SMPTE, ATSC, the SCTE rules, and typically we find something and saying, oh, that breaks this rule. That doesn't mean it breaks all pieces of equipment. Some pieces of equipment, are tolerant to those. Right. They don't need to be. But if we tighten up everything in the specification, it works. I guess that's really saying the obvious, but sometimes we have to go back and look at the obvious.
Just to answer to Greg, yeah, we changed some of the details of specifications, and we moved some of the sections that were in 708 into the SMPTE document, and there was a slight revision we had to make related to the number of caption services that could be identified. So there have been changes. and I think we referred to those right at the beginning of this process. But as of now, I think they're okay. Yeah.
I might also say that that particular change was really only relevant for people that are putting 5 or 6 or more captioning services on. That's never been done once. So that didn't break anything. In other words, the spec was plenty good enough to keep the kind of problems that you're seeing from happening.
So the question for you then, Jeff, in my mind becomes, for Jeff, sorry, how would you go about solving this problem? Case-by-case basis?
That's the only way I know how. I'm not saying it is the only way. From our standpoint, the only way we know how to solve them is people come up with a case, here's a problem, come up with a solution, and that's what we do. So I don't know of a global way. I don't think it's really a global problem.
Yeah.
If it was a global problem, you'd have a broken chain of specifications or requirements. I don't think that we really have that. It's just there's a lot more hands in the stew than there used to be, and I think what we're looking at is it's really an issue of interoperability between equipment. Interoperability between equipment, generally the way to make it happen is if everybody sticks very strictly to the specs, it works. People start bending rules, doesn't work so well. John?
Yeah, actually, Phil, I want to amplify what you just said, bending the rules. Of the problems that I'm familiar with that we've analyzed and solved through DISH's system, the problem usually is either intermittent or only shows up on some set of display devices, and it's because the display devices or the caption renderers that don't show the problem, the engineers, when they put them together, were just a little bit too clever, or they thought, yeah, if this parameter is one higher than it ought to be, I'll parse it anyway. If at each step in the chain, each device was strictly and strictly only tolerated streams that were consistent with the rules, a lot of these problems would go away. The problem is one piece of gear can handle one too many lines, another piece of gear can handle one too many columns, but by the time each piece of gear sees a data stream flow by, what comes out of the end can't be handled by any particular device. So I think maybe you kind of hit on something is a strict, I don't want to say engineers need to stop being creative and handling outside cases quite so well, but that's, in some cases, I think what we've seen cause some problems.
Well, I mean, generally, I think the best way to do this is to have, if you have systems that are very open on the input and very tight on the output at any stage, that's generally the good thing. In other words, making a device that it can handle things that are a little outside the box, I don't think is a problem. It's that they have to make sure not to put out anything that's outside the box.
I agree, and that's the problem, is they don't always follow the second step very well.
Yeah. I mean, there was a really bit of an if I was going to criticize one thing about our overall chain, is that I would have preferred if CA 708 was basically modified down. In other words, dumbed down to the FCC decoder requirement when the decoder requirement came out, because there was the FCC rules did subset 708, and that is a potential tripping point. Where a decoder that's required may not support all of 708. So, I mean, I actually at the time, in the CEA group, actually had kind of recommended that we drop those aspects that were outside the FCC decoder requirements. People didn't like that idea. They didn't think it was future-proof enough, but that's the only thing. However, I don't think in general that causes a huge number of problems. I mean, I think most of these things that we're dealing with are primarily format conversion kind of issues. Server ingest and playout. As we're going to more file-based stuff, we have more people that are handling the captioning in a server format, and sometimes they don't do it quite right, and we see a lot of issues like that.
Larry, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Cheryl, go ahead.
I've been waiting so long. Down here in the corner, that is almost old news. But back probably 30 minutes ago, I made a note that I wanted to say so that I didn't forget. Basically, I wanted to try to give a little bit of a flavor about what it's like to work with the grassroots. level where we have people who are deaf and hard of hearing experiencing problems every day. I think it's very difficult for them, and I hear this over and over and over. They're always asking me, well, why can't these people who are involved, why can't the people at the network or the cable company or somewhere, why aren't they watching and monitoring the captions to be sure that when they come to my house they're going to be all right? And that's what it is to them. It's like a trust that has been broken. It's like being told that it's okay for us not to get all the information or the same quality of information as everyone else. That hurts. And whatever the problem, we just got to fix it. I know I'm up on my soapbox, but there's a tremendous amount of consumer fatigue and even anger, and this goes on and on and on without one solution. We're all anxious to see things, but I get worried when it gets to be more like put on the backs of consumers to fix it. In the sense that we're the ones that are going to have to send in the complaints and provide more information because all that stuff is already out there.
Larry?
It's sort of, I have a comment sort of in keeping with what Cheryl just said, and speaking somewhat as a local broadcaster in Boston, and echoing a bit of Greg's frustration of it should be a lot simpler, more straightforward. We have a master control that monitors captions all the time. We're buffering bit streams so that when errors are discovered, we can go back and analyze them, somewhat driven by local complaints that come and are confusing, but at least we can then track them down. It doesn't seem like this should be on the backs of consumers. In fact, it seems to me that local broadcasters and cable head ends should be the one capturing the data, monitoring the captions, and immediately uploading them if there's a central place where these bit streams could be analyzed, or analyzing them themselves with equipment available from EEG or Evertz or NORPAC or I'm blanking on Mike's company, sorry, as well. All of or any of the above. I think that as noble an effort is to sort of use a social media concept of distributing the bitstream capture, it's right there at the stations and can be captured right there and then and analyzed. And if Greg saw captions in one place and didn't in another, those local places should be able to then track it down without having to ask consumers to do what is a fairly complicated process here. And we do have to track it down as local broadcasters. In fact, the regs fall on us. It's our responsibility to figure it out. Yes, it's complicated, but once we find it out, the really important aspect is sharing it. And we have tracked down a few problems, and Steve Shield from PBS has reached out to a number of PBS stations and located the problem. That information really needs to be shared because those are some solutions that really need to be uploaded.
Larry, can you maybe just share a little bit more about the kinds of problems that I'm just trying to get a better feel and what the solutions were and what you learned out of it.
Let's see, and Graham has seen a number of these, and we did share them internally, and they haven't been well gathered and documented commonly. An encoder needed to be upgraded because the firmware had recognized, I think it was a frame rate problem, as Phil mentioned, and we needed to upgrade our encoder firmware because it wasn't properly handling the bit stream.
If I can just interject for a second. Now, I'm supposing you're not the only one with this encoder.
Absolutely.
So, isn't the idea here then to be able to take that and disseminate it to everybody else to? Because I mean, that's what I thought we would be trying to do.
that, and it was in one of Graham's slides, to create that mechanism for sharing that. And yes, I guess unfortunately they're one-offs. Phil, I think, named 6, 7, 8, maybe they're 10, 12, 15, but it's a finite number of why these problems are happening, and they need to get into every single place and link in the chain where these problems can be created.
Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's more sources than that. I mean, I think, as Phil indicated, it's almost an infinite number, in fact, of the combinations of problems that can occur, and therefore documenting them in a way that can be accessed to help people in the future is no small task. And that's partly why we're going slowly at this point, I think, because of the difficulty of it. But just to pick up on your point, Larry, and indeed Lisa and Cheryl's as well, I absolutely agree that it is the service provider, the broadcaster and the cable operator, who has responsibility for making sure their signals are right. And in the engineering guideline that SMPTE published, EG43, which was republished, this was what I referred to last November, was about to be published, and the revised version of that was published in December '09. In the section on monitoring, it says, monitoring of 608 and 708 captioning, coding and content must be carried out at appropriate points at the distribution chain to check for presence of captioning, how captions will be displayed on a consumer receiver, basic caption functions, video caption synchronization and regulatory compliance. In particular, it is strongly recommended that caption data is checked when the captions are generated and when programs are delivered. Master control facilities need monitoring for closed captioning data and functions, both for incoming program material and for transmitted broadcast signals. And then there's another couple of pages after that about recommendations for the type of equipment you should have and what you should be doing. So that is in a guideline. Now, that is not mandatory, but it is as much as the SMPTE could do in their recommendations for how you should try and avoid these problems. So I absolutely agree, and not all organizations, unfortunately, are able to comply with that.
This is Steve Martin. Larry, just a question for you. You said that you have someone monitor the captioning. Does this mean you have a human watching a screen, or you have some automated system?
Yeah, humans. Master control, we're monitoring 8 feeds right now, SD and HD for 2 broadcast stations, and then we're feeding actually another 4 cable feeds, and it is a bank of monitors with captions running on those monitors.
As I'm sure the other ones as well. We do the same at ABC. We watch it when we get the programs in. Our delivery spec requires our pre-recorded programs to come delivered with captions, whether it's solely English or English and Spanish. They're monitored at the point of delivery to us. They're monitored at the point of release as well, and that's human eyes on that. If a problem is seen, it's attempted to be resolved immediately on the broadcast side, but we as well have eyes on that product.
John, go ahead. Then Karen.
I'm looking at the problem from a little bit different scale and scope. With our 2 main uplink centers and the more than 2,000 channels that pass through them, I think there are literally not enough people, not enough human beings to be hired in Cheyenne, Wyoming to monitor all the stations that pass through Dish Network system. We do monitor for video quality. When we receive reports, we find those problems. I do think the quality of or maybe the ability of different stations to stick to those SMPTE recommendations varies widely across the broadcast spectrum. I have no doubt that in a lot of larger market broadcast stations and WGBH, et cetera, there are folks who have the right facilities, the right people to do this work 24/7, and I also have no doubt that there are some very small broadcasters or some cable channels that are run kind of on a very small budget that simply don't have people who sit in front of the screen to look at captions, or I would sometimes suggest maybe even audio quality. So across the whole ecosystem of channels, I don't think there's, unfortunately, a one-size-fits-all. I've been listening to Phil's discussion about the automated tool. I don't disagree, and I understand, I think, why the request was made for this RFQ. I don't think we're settled yet on the best ways to solve this problem, but it's also not going to be a singular way to find and to fix the problems that show up. Just like there is no one single problem that's the root cause of all of these issues. So I guess I'm sitting here listening, trying to figure out what I need to take away from this meeting. And I don't know yet, but
We're not there yet.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Greg, if I can call on you one more time. You had talked about we're not set up to collect. Can you say a little bit more about what you had in mind?
Well, I mean, I spend a lot of time, have spent a lot of time doing, working with people who know what they're doing, who do statistical analyses of large amounts of data, right? We don't have a large amount of data. We've got a large problem, it seems like. And so what the statisticians basically slice and dice this, and they point you in a certain direction. I don't know that this problem yields to that approach. But I do know that if we don't have a plan on how we're going to use the lessons learned, if there are too many lessons to learn to be used meaningfully right, then we've got a problem. I mean, all I'm doing is basically sitting back and putting on my reality check hat and saying something doesn't feel right about this, right? It doesn't pass a smell test on a path to take us forward. Now, people may disagree with me. That's fine. That's what makes the world go round, right? But it just doesn't, feels like we're on a path to, just slow motion boredom.
That's not the first time I've been accused of that.
No, it's not an accusation. I mean, I just don't know where I don't know how where's the master plan that shows how the data fits together to point us in the direction of a solution, right?
That's a fair point.
I mean, what is it? And if we don't have that, then do we know what we're doing?
Right.
Do we know why we're doing it,
Yeah.
other than to pass the time?
Karen, go ahead.
I think we've talked a lot about, obviously, about how we're going to share this information, lessons learned. And just as I think that the FCC can play a role in trying to gather that data, not only through voluntary consumers doing bit streams, but rather the complaints that are coming in, do you think that the FCC could play a role in developing a clearinghouse, a technical clearinghouse of this sort? So that, I mean, it sounds like there's a couple of things going on. It sounds like in part, some of these are just going to be isolated problems. I think it was Jeff that was talking about, somebody was talking about how there was how some of this is just a matter of following the existing rules or the existing specifications. It's a little disturbing, actually, because then one has to wonder why that wasn't done from the beginning. I mean, it sounded like it was overeager engineers. I think I heard out of the box, trying to be creative out of the box, at the expense of violating the captioning rules. So that's a little disturbing. I mean, and I think that's one place that the gap can be closed. I mean, I think the message needs to go out. You have to stop being creative if it's at the expense of harming consumers who need captions. But then there's this other, so that seems to be part of the problem, but I doubt it's the whole thing. I mean, just because of how widespread these problems are. And I guess I still believe that somewhere there are some patterns of problems, and that there is some commonality in some of the technical problems that have occurred, and that finding solutions, that there's still a value to sharing found solutions and developed solutions. And I think what I'm hearing you say is, well, how do we do that? And it seems, again, I go to the FCC.
Well, no, I'm not sure I'm saying that at all. What I'm saying is if there are an infinite number of ways a problem can arise, what good does it do you to start documenting them, right?
I guess in my response, I'm suggesting that there may be an infinite number of you're right, there may be an infinite number, but within that universe, there may be a subset of common problems. And is it worth at least trying to capture those? I mean, I think that there's a dual track here. There's a case-by-case track, and then there's a shared track. At least that's I think what I'm getting out of this meeting.
Well, if you divide it, if you could set it aside and say, okay, equipment problems, firmware upgrades, right? Then what's the second category? Improper, not following the standard, right? What's the third category? If you want to categorize them at a high level, education, right? It's always education. There's always an educational component in there somewhere, right? And there's receiver issues, right? Which ultimately will boil down probably to a chip or bad software, right? So then, what do we do with them?
I think that's a great start. I mean, I would recommend continuing.
So
try to identify as many categories as you can, put them, in a database of some sort, in a clearinghouse, a technical clearinghouse, have the FCC make this available to engineers industry-wide, and start filling in the blanks. And again, I agree there's going to be outlying situations, and maybe there are too many, I don't know, but at least it seems like a start to start sharing solutions.
Yeah, maybe. But you're going to be responsible for this, right? People file complaints, right? What are you going to do with them?
Well,
you're going to have to follow up and investigate, right?
I refer to CGP.
I'm pointing my finger at you.
Seriously, and to make it more concrete, maybe this was not apparent before. What at least I had envisioned here is that we would be heading towards some sort of an output document to report, whether we call it best practices or something like that, where this information would be shared among every, so that, for example, if it's a firmware, if we discover somebody has learned that there's a problem with the firmware and an encoder and one sort, that we disseminate that to everybody else so that they know that they've got to upgrade this software. If there are I mean, I don't even know if this has got credence or not, but one of the things we were talking about yesterday was just the speed of the captions being flowed over and the ability of some sets, just from the storage standpoint, to process them at the rate they're coming in. And so maybe that's something that I think you're going to wind up with a mix here. Some things where, to be honest, in the end, they're compliance issues, things that have to be fixed. They just can't go on that way. Some of it is to the engineers who thought they were being clever but didn't realize that what they were doing was going to upset the captioning, to go back and explain, no, when you make that change, it's going to have an impact. So, but let me toss out something here. One of the reasons we haven't gotten there is I think all we've got so far is about a dozen issues that we're even dealing with. So I was hoping that by now we'd have 30 or 40 things, and we put together a document and we all share it the way Karen described among the engineers, and the folks go back and look and say, oh, I better check whether I've got that problem or not, and then they have an opportunity to fix it. And so maybe what we should be doing is targeting an output document of some sort, whether we call it best practices guide or something like that. And I'm more than willing to put a time frame on it. We'll put the milestones in. I'd like to have some confidence, though, that we're going to get the inputs to it that we need. That's where I'm struggling. The case you described, I mean, I talked to Alan, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, and he turns on the television and he says, he's seeing problems. And
well, that's the first step, isn't it? Excuse me for interrupting,
yeah.
But the first step is everybody should turn on closed captions, right? People that don't use it, start using them. Experience these problems, right? It's educational.
So we're interested in trying to get it fixed in the most expeditious way, not doing lots of bitstream analysis unless we absolutely have to. So I threw something out on the floor. Should that, about a best practices guide, and then the question to me is, are we going to have enough meat to put into this? And setting a time frame. Go ahead, Graham, and then I'll take Steve.
Yeah, if I bring up my last slide, then I'll complete my report. So if we can just bring the slide up again, please. Right. So we did divert from my report. We haven't just been discussing this. So the last three bullets here address that very point. And I thought that was part of our responsibility. One is to do this process improvements and then establish the form of the final report. And that's exactly it. And I see that final report from my group having an element of best practices. And, these are things that need to be addressed. Maybe we see a need to go back to the standards organizations and develop further engineering guidelines. I'm not sure. But that's a possibility, rather than try and do that within this forum, because I think it's probably not the place to do so-called best practices. Wouldn't come out of this group. I think we'd feed it back to the experts in SMPTE, CEA, ATSC. And then the last bullet, of course, is to generate it.
I had this is Steve Martin. I had a question for equipment manufacturers. I've certainly gotten the impression that some captioning problems have to do with configurations, settings on equipment when fed a particular type of signal, or the interconnections between equipment and so forth. If you found a situation where stations were could solve a problem by changing the setting on a piece of equipment under certain circumstances, or upgrading firmware or something like that, do you have, are most of the users of your products registered users that you can send out a notice to them? Is there a way the manufacturers can contact the users of the equipment and say, you may want to check this setting, or something like that?
Not completely. The problem that you have is it depends on how the equipment got into the hands of the customer. If things that were put out through distribution, or through integrators, we may not really know where the equipment resides. It's nice if people register, although most people don't. Some equipment, if it's software type of equipment, it tends to be it tends to have support agreements in place. Hardware often doesn't, so it is rather difficult, to reach the customers in general.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Mike.
I'd just like to add to that sometimes problems that we identify downstream in other pieces of gear, we can say, the problem resides with that, and they'll say, oh, the manufacturer doesn't support that anymore. Is there some way you can do a workaround? Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. Depends on the problem. And then ultimately it's up to the broadcaster to deal with the problem, because it's not with our gear and we've identified where it is. And that's as far as we can go. Basically, yeah.
So this is Jeff Nudek from Motorola. So I would agree with Phil. It does depend on the piece of equipment and also how the customer came to acquire that piece of equipment. But generally, just speaking for Motorola, our hardware comes with a software element. Generally, there's some support agreement in place as well. So we do generally have access to the customers that are using our equipment. So we can make tech tips, tech bulletins available, and have in the past when we've encountered issues, whether they be for closed captioning or something completely unrelated.
I would actually, yes, that's very true. Now, an interesting aspect of it is that when you're making products such as the MPEG encoders, they're more considered a core piece of equipment by the broadcasters, and it's a little bit easier to get people to go with support agreements. It's putting, it's a funnel through which everything is going through, so people consider that as being a very important aspect. Caption equipment is considered a piece of production gear, and it's much less likely that people will be doing support agreements on those. So it definitely is a little bit different. I mean, a key thing to note here is that at the end of the day, the only way this can get right is the broadcaster has to have responsibility for making it right and has to force their vendors to make it right. And at the end of the day, as a business, Our drive comes from our customers. If our customers come to us and say, this has to be absolutely right, it can't be this way, this is interfering with equipment, they make us fix it. So really that's the only lever over this whole thing, is really up the chain of broadcast distribution, and forcing every level to be correct, and sticking to the standards.
One question that comes to my mind, because I agree with Phil, and in a lot of our investigations, it does come down to how closely are all the components sticking to the standards. The standards are in place for a reason, and they've been in place for some time. And to Graham's earlier point, changes and enhancements are made and clarifications going forward. But even having said that, right, we do have standards in place. It leads me to question whether or not there's a test element or a standardized kind of test element that maybe is missing. If, to your point, if all those various components, the inputs are going to be different at the various stages throughout the system, but there ought to be some kind of standardized mechanism to test each component and validate that, yes, that component meets its purpose within the chain. Inputs coming in come out at the output in the correct format, covering whatever corner cases we need to cover within, call them test streams or something along that line, just to validate that those components are sticking to the standard the way they're supposed to. Of course, you'll probably still encounter corner cases out in the field, but I think the intent there would be you drive the number of instances drastically down.
Go ahead, Phil.
And of course, it's funny. That is very true. In terms of interoperability suites and things like that, there is a gap there. That gap would be filled if there was a commercial need for it. At the end of the day, basically, what we're dealing with here is, it really just hasn't been taken to that level where people say this absolutely has to be completely conformant to all these specs and has to work with all these environments. If at that point a pushback goes to the manufacturer to prove that interoperability, that commercial market will exist and it will be filled. So, I think really the system can work. It's a little bit has to do, all of these problems are solvable if people have enough desire to solve them. If somebody goes and back, hey, I'm a local broadcaster, I have this problem, it's out in the field, they can solve that problem. It has to be brought to their attention. I think the reporting mechanism is very important in terms of having the people in the field knowing how to get that information in the hand of someone that can solve it. If there isn't an interest in solving it, you would have to make an interest if they don't have it. But assuming that they have an interest to it, once that this gets reported in some type of a way, I agree very much with what Greg was saying before, that the local broadcasters, they monitor their own signals. They have that signal, they look at it, they make sure that their downlink is good, and they can record this stuff. So it's something that can happen by itself if there's a drive to do it.
Do we have enough knowledge about the problem to collectively write a document that says, here's what we know, and maybe a best practices guide? I'm hypothesizing here as opposed to, we're going down a path now of digging into individual signals and so forth, and I'm not sure that gets us to the best result.
No, we need to put in place a program, I think. It's clear to me, if you want to use the divisions we talked about earlier with hardware, consumer confusion, standards, education, there's an NAB role to the extent they want to make this a high priority for their members. It seems to me we need to put in place a process that begins to focus resources and energy on each one of these and then monitor the outcome, right? Are we making improvements in reducing caption problems? But I don't know, there's always that question of how big is the problem today? How do you quantify it? Is it quantifiable? How do you know if you're making progress if you can't benchmark it in the beginning? But I agree with you, Phil. I mean, I think the problem can be solved. It's going to takes attention and resources to do it. But I don't, so to answer your question, no, I don't think we have.
We don't have.
I mean, we can write a document, right? Will it be useful?
Right.
It's a different question.
Okay.
As far as the idea of a best practices document goes, I think the problem that you'll encounter is, and I think you were referring to it earlier, the diagram that Graham put up earlier that was generated by Motorola, and I appreciate you giving me credit for it, but I should pass credit to Dinkar Bhatt, who takes part in most of our working groups. He was very instrumental in the authoring of that document. But it is a simplified diagram, even though when you look at it, it's somewhat overwhelming. There's a lot of pieces there. But even one of the aspects that maybe is not captured there is you got to customize that diagram for every broadcast path. It is going to be different. That was just a very high-level example. So as far as how do you document a best practice when you can't really diagram out, this is exactly what the system looks like in every instance. Right? You have to take it up a level, I think, and more create a framework is what we at Motorola were trying to lay out, is more of a framework for how to go about diagnosing these types of issues. And I mean, the diagnosis obviously leads you to root cause, and then you can fix it. But I don't know how you get any deeper than helping people identify root cause of the problem and then go about working with whichever vendor is involved to resolve it.
Larry?
I think best practices might be a little bit too high level when, in fact, I think we're talking more of a troubleshooting guide. And there are just so many spots where the troubles, I'm looking at some of the email traffic that we had on Harris frame store card needed to be reseated. A harmonic encoder needed to have detect repeat fields turned off. This isn't best practices, but with right tagging and keyword search, engineers who are having trouble could search that troubleshooting guide if we all submitted these things. There are so many, and those are two of just a good handful, but not enough, of these kinds of cases. And they solved the problem, by the way. You know, reseat the card. Okay, good. Engineer loves that one. Hit it with a hammer. That would be a good thing to do. But it's more troubleshooting than best practices.
Graham?
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't even really know what a best practices document would be in this context, because it's like saying, well, let's have a best practices for how you design a broadcast system. There are any number of ways of doing things, and that's where the expertise of system integrators comes in. It's where the expertise of the manufacturers comes in, and it's where the expertise of the operators of the equipment comes in, as to how to operate their equipment in a particular way and do the configuration when they go to the setup menu. But there are so many different pieces of equipment to deal with and so many combinations that I would say it's virtually just not practical to do a single document that tells you the best way to do it throughout the system. So I think we should concentrate more on, as Larry said, perhaps troubleshooting, the process for doing that, and that's part of this, one of the tasks that I identified, and the improvements to the process, where that responsibility should lie, whether it's just with the individual people as they go down the chain, or whether we have some sort of integrated method. And I still think it's worth trying to produce this lessons learned document, which was the original scope, notwithstanding the fact that there's so much already out there, and as Phil says, a lot of it's not documented. They fixed problems, they know what they did, but it's not written down anywhere. But I think we should be able to do some of that. That's certainly my goal. But I've said right from the start that this is an open-ended task. You know, it could go on forever.
Well, that's...
But obviously, I mean, hopefully, if we do it right, then the number of problems declines.
Right.
Just an interesting example, and Larry, I agree very much with what you were saying before, but Interesting example is you look at that encoder issue, with the turning off the detect repeat fields. Now that's an indication that that particular encoder firmware that you're working with did not place the captioning correctly in inverse telecine mode, and by blocking that out at that point, you kept that from happening. So that's really a broken feature on that particular model. Now, if we look at how we would approach something like that, we would. If you wanted to publish something, by the time you published that particular revision of that encoder would have been out of date by a year, and it wouldn't really solve any problem. Because when people find these things out there, hopefully it's reported back to the vendor. They fix it, and it's hard for a document to have any meaning in real time when you have continuously upgraded firmware on these devices. It's a comment.
Along those lines, this is Steve Martin again. Do you have a feel for whether the various entities along the broadcast chain tend to upgrade their firmware and software frequently, or whether you have stuff that is just has been in the field for 12 years unchanged or something?
Well, that varies wildly. There are, and it's very based on organizations, really. So, like some organizations are continuously churning their plant, probably because they have a little bit more money than some of the other companies, because we have some rich and poor customers. But from that standpoint, there are some of these groups that are very, very proactive on this, and others basically that if they're not hearing a scream, they figure it's fine. So it varies quite a bit. People upgrade the encoders quite a bit. They upgrade the captioning equipment much less frequently. But in so much as these problems were related to an MPEG encoder, then they tend to get addressed. Probably Jeff could speak to that too, because he's you probably would agree with that.
Yeah, certainly. I think it depends on the device. Depends on what kind of new feature work has been developed. Right, there might be I think in general the two cases to upgrade firmware would either be maintenance, an issue is found and resolved, and therefore requiring an upgrade to the hardware, or I'm sorry, the software running on the hardware, or new features were developed for that product, and the operator wants to take advantage of them. So,
a couple of things that I'd like you to think about over lunchtime. Sorry, I got off the schedule, but I was trying to. I think this is really a core issue for what we're doing. So. And I'm sensitive to the point that, too, I don't want to waste your time just going through a lot of progress reports that says we've got problems. Some things I'd like you to think about over lunch. Some of my takeaways are, compliance in the end is important, and I think that falls on the commission. People have to understand that this really means something. Second, I think I'm hearing people pointing towards maybe some sort of a troubleshooter's guide as the output document out of this, and just taking a lead from a point Greg raised, that maybe it's got segments talking about different elements of things like receivers and so forth, and maybe some sections that address each of those things. And the purpose of doing this would be to share that information through the community. Maybe it becomes a living document as we learn more and go on. There has to be a time frame for it. I want to talk about what a reasonable time frame might be. And I think, after lunch, we'll kick off talking a bit about the new rules having gone into effect and the complaint reporting and so forth, and how we can perhaps use some of the info out of that to feed into this process. So why don't we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 10 after 1, if that's agreeable, and we'll pick it up there. We'll still get to some of these reports, but hopefully, unless you tell me otherwise, we'll just keep them abbreviated.
I think Larry has to leave early, so maybe he'll be first.
Oh, okay. You have to leave early, Larry?
Between 2 and 2:30, and my own report will be very short.
Good. So I think Charlie?
Yeah, Julie, I'm going to need to leave between 3 and 3:30, which shouldn't be a problem, but I just want to let you know.
I'll try to get us wrapped up, but I think we all want to walk away from here feeling like we've got a plan. So, all right. Thanks very much. See you at 10 after 1. Oh, yep, we're up. Right. Go ahead and reconvene, folks. Yeah, John. Okay. Okay, good.
These meetings have gotten fancy.
Right. What I'm planning to do, we'll kick it off with Mike Jacobs from the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau to give a quick update on the rules that went into effect today. And I may see if we hit briefly on the progress reports from the other groups, get that in, and then try to focus the bulk of our remaining time on action items. Okay? Mike, go ahead.
Hello again, everyone. Nice to see you again. Just want to speak with you briefly about the, as Julie said, the complaint or the rules that went into effect today. My understanding is that you were given a little presentation on this at the last meeting, so I'm not going to exhaustively reiterate every last provision, but I'll just give you a little context and sort of address what the impacts are on consumers and on video programming distributors, and then take any questions you might have. So to circle back, in November 2008, the Commission released an order and declaratory ruling adopting some new rules. Many of those went into effect in January, February or so, about a year ago, but there were some that were subject to the Paperwork Reduction Act, which between that time process and a couple of petitions that had been filed and being ready to take in the information that was required to be filed with the Commission, took a long time to finally get these things, get all legal requirements taken care of. That has finally happened, resulting in these rules going into effect today. So what are these rules? These rules are found to very brief rule sections. Section 79.1G. 79.1 are the general closed captioning rules. G is an incumbent section dealing with complaints, and so the rules that went into effect amends subsection G, also adds a subsection I. So we're dealing with two very finite bodies of rules, and so what I'm just going to explain is what we actually view these changes as a win-win for the following reasons. From the consumer perspective, it's a quicker turnaround time for them to receive responses to complaints, whereas video programming distributors used to have 45 days or much longer to respond to complaints. Now they have to be responded to within 30 days. Another thing is that it used to be that consumers first had to file complaints directly with the video programming distributor, wait a long time for a response, and then if they were still not satisfied with the response, then go file the complaint with the Commission. Now with these new rules, they can still start with the video programming distributor, or they can go straight to the Commission. which to some degree eliminates a step. Because in the end, the complaint still goes to the video programming distributor. The commission will forward it to the VPD, but at least it's now been put. The commission has to take official cognizance of it. Two other things of great benefit to consumers. One, and this is actually really beneficial both ways around. The rules now make specific reference to dealing with immediate closed captioning concerns, whereas before we just talked about the filing of complaints. Now what the rules officially recognize is a mechanism where, it's one thing if a consumer is seeing, watching a particular station or a particular program or over the course of time and experiencing all sorts of problems or with particular equipment, the exact sorts of things you all are trying to resolve here. It's another thing if the consumer is watching the Super Bowl and all of a sudden the captions go out and, oh my God, my captions went out, I need to talk to someone. That's what we refer to as immediate closed captioning concerns, and the rules now take official cognizance of that phenomenon and to a large degree require VPDs to have someone available to handle such concerns. So that's a win for consumers to get things hopefully resolved quicker, and a win for VPDs so that they're not responding to frivolous complaints, not frivolous complaints, but complaints that could be avoided just by having someone deal with the consumer on the phone rather than getting into a whole paper trail. The last thing is that we required that the VPDs make available contact information in various places, both for the receipt of closed captioning complaints, but also again for these for someone to handle these immediate closed captioning concerns. So those are the advantages from the consumer's perspective. I've already mentioned one of the advantages from the VPD perspective, which again is trying to drive consumers to address questions or problems immediately without getting into a whole paper trail. Another advantage from the VPD perspective is that there's a much shorter, what I'll call statute of limitations for complaints to be filed. It used to be that a consumer had until the end of the quarter following the quarter in which the infraction allegedly occurred to file a complaint. Now the consumer has to file the complaint within 60 days of the alleged infraction. The other thing is that once a complaint has been filed with the commission, the VPD now has more time to respond. It used to be that the VPD had 15 days to respond. Now they have 30 days. So that's basically, in that summary of the advantages, I pretty much gave you a rundown of most of what the provisions are that we've adopted. But I also just wanted to sort of put it in terms of how that affects you all. So now I'm happy to take any questions. Yes. John Card.
Howdy. So looking over the form, it seems pretty self-explanatory. I think we have a subgroup looking at collecting similar information, maybe a little more detail. I do notice in 6C actually talks about the location of the system provider. And my hope is that in the case of, specifically for Dish Network, there's not going to be some kind of formality that a customer has to know exactly where Dish Network is located. If they're in the middle of Iowa, it doesn't really matter that it's Dish Network from either Cheyenne, Wyoming or Denver, Colorado. So I'm hopeful that you guys are going to allow some flexibility in terms of getting these problems to us if that particular line item is not exactly right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, the intent there was, Dish is somewhat unique in being a national provider,
yes.
And the intent there was The intent really with all this is just to narrow down as much, given that a lot of consumers don't know the particulars about call signs
Right.
or even, oh, I have cable. They don't know who their cable operator is, that kind of stuff. Just to narrow down exactly who it is they're complaining about, or what it is they're complaining about, so that we can get it to the right entity. Obviously, if we start to get a lot of questions from consumers, I live in Dubuque, I have no idea where my satellite provider is located, then we'll make corresponding changes to the form. Hopefully it won't come to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Charlie.
Yeah, yes, Charlie Kinnemer with Comcast. First of all, a couple of questions. First one is the complaints will be forwarded to the MVPD to the same contacts that you've been using up to now. No change in how you're going to report to us, right? Or forward to us.
I'm sorry, no change?
Well, our normal point of contact to whom you would send or would have been sending complaints up to now, that nothing changes there, right?
I'd say that kind of depends on you. We now have requirements of putting both in subscriber bills, in telephone directories to the extent relevant, and on our website, contact information for the receipt of these complaints. So if Comcast wants a particular person to be the repository for these comments, that's just the contact information you should provide in these sources. That's all. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. The other question is, can you say anything about how quickly complaints are going to be forwarded on to MVPDs after they're submitted to the Commission?
It should be. In fact, I wonder if it's in the. I think it's within 7 days. It doesn't specify, but we're not going to be sitting on these. I know that there have been some delays recently with the forwarding of complaints. That involved just some technicalities with our authority concerning forwarding of complaints. That's all taken care of now. So to the extent that there a few months went by where you may not have been getting a lot of complaints on a timely basis, we should be catching up soon, if not all caught up, and going forward, there shouldn't be any delays. One other thing I wanted to mention, by the way, Charlie, going back to your previous question, one thing we tried to take into consideration when we put in this web form for contact information and designating repositories for contact information or for receiving complaints and immediate concerns was that we were aware that a company like Comcast is serving multiple regions and may want to designate different people depending on a region or a city or whatever it is. So the process it should allow for Comcast to do that should you choose to do that. Or if you just want one person to take all complaints nationally, that's an option too. But
okay, I understand. If I may quickly, will you be in a position going forward to forward complaints to us electronically via email or some electronic process, or how do you foresee that working?
That's a good question. I would have to circle back with our complaint folks. That's something I should know, and I'm sorry I don't. Presumably, if it's something being done now, it can continue to be done. If not, it's something that I'll ask.
Thanks. Yeah, I think all of us, I'm sure John would agree, we're anxious to get this information as soon as possible so that we can act on it while it's still timely.
Sure.
This is Lisa Hamlin. I had a couple of quick questions, too. I'm assuming you're putting a notice out today, and you'll have the website where consumers can find this complaint form on that notice. Is that correct?
Actually, neither of those things is correct. What we are...
Okay.
Tell me, give you a concise answer, Lisa.
Tell me how consumers and people can find out where to do this.
Well, first of all, in the Federal Register notices went out today. The one in particular that's most important is just that says what the effective date is. Now we have that these rules are effective today. Now we have updated our websites, including our various fact sheets and advisories and things along those lines to there's a banner, I think, at the top of the website that now says, these rules went into effect today. So we're kind of relying on groups like HLAA and others to help get the word out. We know you've been eagerly anticipating these changes for quite some time. But at least as far as our publications, we've made the appropriate changes there. Now, as far as when consumers can actually do the search, even though the rules become effective today, by terms of the order that adopted these rules, VPDs have 30 days to get their contact information into the commission, and again on their bills in the telephone directories. So we don't want to jump the gun on that. Maybe that a lot of them are waiting until day 29 or 30. We don't want consumers to be searching a database that may not be complete. Now, so that's why I would say 30 days from now we will have the searchable form up. Or in fact, March 22nd is the date we've set for that, where consumers can search our website for contact information. And again, I just want to re-emphasize there are two types of contact information that our new rules require. One is for the handling of immediate closed captioning concerns. The other is for the receipt of formal complaints, and there are slight differences between what's required there. Now, this can be the same person who's designated to be the repository for both, but I just want to make it clear to VPDs that we are talking about potentially two different things, and likewise for consumers.
Okay, I have a couple of follow-up questions then. If I have a consumer who has an ongoing complaint, not an immediate complaint, something that they're seeing regularly, and do they need to wait 30 days to contact the FCC? We can go ahead and...
No, starting today, they can contact the FCC, and sorry if I wasn't clear on that. What I meant to say was that they will not have this database readily searchable for contact information until 30 days from now. But if they have a contact, or they don't even need a contact, they can file right with the FCC starting today.
Okay,
with an ongoing problem.
Okay, great. And then my last question was, when the FCC gets a complaint, do you plan to just forward it, or are you going to talk to the consumer first to clarify any questions first, and then forward it on? Or, what should the consumer expect to happen once they fill out this form?
My view is that the consumer should expect that the FCC will just forward the complaint. Ideally, one of the good things about the old rules, which may not have worked the exact way they were set up, but the idea was to encourage dialogue between the consumer and the VPD to, again, address problems before sending the FCC enforcement folks on the case, and to address problems quickly. So the idea here is still, ideally that would still be what would be going on, would be to just help the consumer and the VPD get together to resolve the problems without the FCC involvement. We just thought that there might be some comfort to consumers to know that it's now officially on the FCC's radar, and that a certain clock has gotten ticking, essentially.
Okay, I'm sorry. That brought to mind another question. If there is a problem that is resolved quickly, in other words, the consumer calls directly and they figure it out and they find the problem, is there any reporting that the VPD has a requirement for reporting back to the FCC what happened, so that we could fill in this little database that we're talking about here?
Are you talking about in the context of what we would call an immediate closed captioning complaint, or more?
I'm talking about a consumer calls Comcast and says, I have this problem. Comcast solves the problem, and so the consumer's happy. Cougar doesn't have to do anything. Would Comcast then contact the FCC and say, hey, we had this problem, but we solved it? No,
Yeah,
there's
we've
no
not
requirement for
We've
that.
not required they do so, no.
So just to make sure I understand, this, sorry, Julie. It's him again. So the consumer files a complaint with the commission. The commission forwards it on to the video program distributor. Then the commission is, what happens to the filing? I mean, so there's will you, and then the VPD does something or doesn't do something, and if you hear from the consumer again, I mean, is your role simply to redirect the complaint?
Not necessarily. It's a very good question, but the answer I'd say is not necessarily. So what happens is the FCC redirects the complaint to the VPD. The VPD is then under an obligation to respond to both the complainant and the FCC. Now, what I imagine will happen at that point in practice is, the FCC staff will take a look at the response and will either say, you know what, we don't think there's a problem here, or we do think there's a problem, but we've heard it was resolved, or we think there's an ongoing problem. Let's contact the consumer, see what they think about it, and if they're still encountering this problem, then we might take further action.
So there's an enforcement side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean that's again that's what ideally the complaint process is to resolve problems and never get to an enforcement situation, but when there's a breakdown in the process, sometimes, yes, it could lead to an enforcement situation. Answer your question?
Yeah, I guess it's sort of, we'll gain experience with the process, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, there's all sorts of safeguards in the enforcement situation too, right? I mean, the VPD is given a chance to respond initially to the complaint, but if FCC staff isn't, quote, satisfied with the response and the consumer still reports a problem, that doesn't just mean, boom, now write a check for $10,000, whatever it is. There's still a whole formal enforcement process where a notice of a letter of inquiry might go out, or further a notice of apparent liability. But there's still more chances to respond and to cure the problem.
Do you envision mining the data that you'll have as a result of this? In other words, sort of you're collecting your own sort of lessons learned database, right? Problems have been identified. We don't know why they're there, but with a little digging, we could find out what the answer was.
I'll jump in because we talked about it a little bit earlier. Mike wasn't here. I think that's something we've got to take a look at and see if we can. I would like to think we can.
Yeah,
and,
be a natural next step.
From what I understand of the info that we had before, it didn't lend itself to that kind of analysis. But I think we still need to talk a little bit more internally. Even the sorts of things we talk. Suppose you had responses back and said, "Here's what we found the problem was," and then we were able to say, "Well, this was the problem that came up 25 times. We're seeing it all over again, and it feeds into the process here of, well, here's what we're seeing. We got to fix this." I don't know if we're going to be able to get that kind of detail out of this.
Yeah.
But it's a great question.
Well, you're in the same position we are, right? Find the problem, identify a solution, and then what do you do with it, and how do you make that information known? Thank you.
Karen?
Hi, just a quick question. I just want to clarify something that you said. You said that you're not going to make an announcement until March 22nd because the whole database won't be available. But will this form be available before then?
Yes. The answer to that is hopefully ASAP. We're encountering a couple of technical difficulties getting that changed around. I don't know what the target is. My sense is that it might be a couple of days. But yeah, again, and to reiterate what I said to Lisa before, these rules are now effective. I mean, consumers can now go straight to the commission and and hopefully that form will be available for them to do so ASAP. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have one more.
Oh, yeah?
He's filling out a complaint.
Well, I mean, except for the form. What the form is, it's a modification of a form that's existed for a few years. So I can't
So it's a mod
see quite that far. I don't know whether
2000C.
Right, but it's always been the 2000C. It's just we have updated the 2000. I don't know what your I can't see that far, but to know whether you have the actual current version. If you do, I would be pleasantly shocked. I think Amy's going to come over and take a look. Okay. Is that what it says here? Anyway, while they're looking at this, one other thing I just wanted to make a plug for again. Yeah, no, again, for the VPDs, please do use the web form to submit your contact information to the commission. We actually had a specific order, and that was part of what took so long for these rules to become effective, because we realized that what the original order said was either send an email to DRO or call DRO, and we realized we could be getting 12,000 sets of information, and so not only would that take a tremendous amount of time to get into some sort of list, but it was rife with the potential for human error, all sorts of problems. Anyway, the web form cures all those problems. We were not in a position where we could mandate only the use of that, but we're certainly hoping that VPDs will use that, and again, it'll make that information available immediately.
I have a follow-up question about the submission of complaints. I think, am I correct in that consumers don't have to use this form, and they can submit a complaint in other ways?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the other thing. Yeah, all the same methods by which consumers could always complain to the commission are still available. Yes, David.
The immediate captioning concerns, is that 24/7? Is that having somebody available to answer that phone around the clock?
The basic answer to that is yes. Now, we did take into account that some broadcasters, for instance, or programmers, just may not have someone there 24/7 on weekends. We tried to be reasonable about that, or the commission tried to be reasonable about that in the order. So what the rule says, it's in somewhere in here.
It says, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is that it essentially imposes a requirement to get back as soon as possible at a maximum 24 hours later. But
I believe it says if you have somebody available for other purposes, then you have to have somebody.
That's exactly right.
But if you don't have somebody, then you don't have to put a body in.
Oh, yeah, here it is. It's in 79.I1. Where, again, the understanding is, we hope you'll have someone, as Karen said, someone immediately available. But if not, we're not trying to make you alter your business plan for this. But we do expect a certain timeliness of responses.
Anything else on this?
Okay. Well, thank you for your good questions and for listening. And if you have any questions about these rules going forward, you can always contact myself or Amy Brown, who I think most or all of you know, who's sitting right there, and we'll try to help you out. All right?
I'm going to try to see if we run through some of the progress reports quickly and then come back to an action plan. Larry, and you said you've got to be gone by 2:30?
2:15, I'll be out.
2:15, okay. So, video description challenges?
Yes, we have dependencies on the CEA audio metadata working group document that John Card is leading. He's going to send us an update in a week. The effect on hardware, software, set-top box, and distributors is unknown until we get a chance to see that, get a sense of what kind of changes might be needed in the system to make sure description can be delivered properly. Once that document becomes a little bit more solid, we'll be able to estimate the kind of timeline for rollout and getting everyone on the same page for proper tagging of ancillary audio, and then the effects that it would take. And then if the timeline looks extended, then the question of is there alternate approaches or something to do in the interim, and what to do about some of the legacy equipment that might not be available to be changed. And that's pretty much it. And let John have a couple of sentences.
Sure. The CEA work group has got very good cross-industry participation. I'll mention to the broadcasters in the room that if they're not members of that work group at this point, they're certainly welcome to join. Contact me or Brian Markwalter. We've had excellent participation again from across the industry. We've dug down in pretty good detail on the problems that we thought might exist. The standards are not broken. There's a lot of clarification that's necessary to build a system that's going to work reliably across all the devices, and that is our goal, and it appears to be an achievable goal at this point. So by the time we have our next face-to-face meeting, I hope to be complete and done with my part of the task.
That would be terrific. Any questions? Super. Thank you. Karen, I don't know if you have anything more to add. You gave us a report with a whole list of things to do. Most of them, I think, fall for the FCC, and I can tell you we're starting to look at what we can do and when. Any other questions on that one? Let me jump. Charlie, I'm going to skip you for a minute. Brian, you want to talk about the HDMI?
Yeah, and actually I put together a presentation at your
Great.
request related to interfaces and how they work.
Yep.
Julie?
Yep.
I think you have the old agenda.
I do.
Yeah.
This is the one oh, yeah. No, this is today's. Yeah, I have maybe it did.
Okay, because I'm not on the new one.
Oh, okay.
So, anyway, just to let you know.
That's all right.
That's all right.
Thank
It's
you.
pretty similar, but I
Yeah.
just want to let you know for
Good.
the future.
No, this might be the one that I printed yesterday. So.
That's why I didn't think you were actually skipping.
Okay. Are you set?
I'm set.
Good.
On screen. Okay, I can't remember what call. We had a call. Maybe that was of the leadership or something.
Yeah,
but
it was about a month ago.
okay, and we were talking through some of the issues of devices and captions and interconnections and why things are seemingly mysterious as to when you can get captions and when you can't, at least related to how your equipment is connected. So Julie asked me to put together a little something here. There's a little bit of technical, but I hope after this we'll all kind of have a common understanding of what interfaces can do what with respect to captions. And I feel much better after Graham posted some of those black diagrams. My stuff doesn't look so technical anymore. Okay, so let me give just a little background on analog TV. And, this is, I'll have to ask the engineers to be forgiving of this highly watered down version, but it'll help us all understand captions and interfaces. So in analog TV, there are lines of video that are painted across a picture, and the odd lines are painted in sequence first, then even lines. That's the notion of interlacing. So the odd lines go, then the even lines go. There's actually some lines that are not visible on the screen, and they call that the vertical blanking interval, which gives time for the electronics in the system to do some stuff related to getting back to the top of the screen to paint the next part of the picture. So if we look at this, so video line 1 goes, and there's this signal that's associated with it. Then line 3 goes, and a signal associated with it, and it just goes through in sequence like that. Then line 21 goes, and instead of video, we the engineers along the way retrofitted a way of embedding a little bit of data in there, and so that's where the captions live. And they ride right there on the video signal. So that's the key thing that needs to be understood, is that the captions are traveling right there along with every frame of video. And by the way, I'll make these slides available to the group. Okay, another key bit of information is, we have these channels. So everybody, I think, kind of has a concept of TV channel. So that begins down at channel. I should start at channel 2. 3, 4 tends to come up a lot because that's used became common with VCRs as a way of moving signals among pieces of equipment. But the antenna input on a device, a TV in particular, is made to receive one of these TV video signals that's been placed up at a higher frequency. And all the tuner does is pick off one of those channels and moves it down to baseband, so that then the rest of the signal processing, so we can start picking out the line 1, line 3, line 5, on through the rest of the stuff to make a picture from it. So in that sense, those captions are still living there on line 21, either case, either at baseband, which just means it's gone through the tuner, or up on whatever frequency it's going through in the air or over a piece of coax in your home. Okay, so that's one basic type of input, is the antenna input. And really, when you think about it, that's sort of the regulatory input, if you will, for TVs. It's the existence of that input and a broadcast tuner that puts TVs under the part of the rules within Part 15. Okay, composite interfaces is really just the baseband version, essentially. It's a little simplified, but it's still just video, and there's still line 21 there. So this yellow RCA or phono plug type connector is just a video signal, and the TV can treat it just like something that came through the antenna, only it's sort of post-tuner, if you will. Okay, S-video is another one you see. You can think about it as like a sort of a souped-up RCA yellow connector. It's just a little wider bandwidth. It was done as some of the video sources got to be better and the TVs could display a little better information. But it's still analog, it's still fundamentally standard definition, and it still carries captions. Now, I probably should have drawn a more distinctive line between here, because we're now making kind of a big leap when we go from that S-video to component, because component is the first of the HD interfaces. And the significant piece here for our discussion is that this is where captions are no longer being carried in the signal. As we went to HD, it became much more of a sort of drive a monitor kind of interface. So as we get to component and HDMI, what's happening is video sources are sending these nice, beautiful, high-resolution pictures kind of past the tuner and all that processing into the display portion of the TV. So component does not carry captions. Now I understand there may be some ways that they do. It's not standardized. There's no good way that I know of to carry captions on component video. Okay, so let me just do a little bit about digital TV so we'll understand why this huge change we just went through is also sort of game-changing for captions themselves. So the basics are that we're going to take, we're now trying to start with a high-definition video picture. We're going to work on it as numbers now. We're going to digitize it into bits. We compress it, and that's so that we don't have to transmit so much information. Really what we're trying to do is take a much prettier picture and still squeeze it into these 6 megahertz channels we've had for decades. So we compress it because there's a lot of redundant information, and there are a lot of clever tricks for doing that. And then we organize this compressed video, audio, and other data into these kind of structured chunks, if you will, They're not really packets, but you can kind of think about them that way a little bit. And then we just, through the air now, we're just sending all this data, and we just have squeezed it into a 6 megahertz channel. So the big difference is now what's going through the air are a lot of bits. They're not lines of video, so the captions in the digital world are some of these bits that are traveling with the video and audio packets. And then coming back to our interface discussion again, now we have the one that's becoming extremely common is HDMI. I didn't include DVI. It sort of had a fleeting existence in the TV world, but it really got subsumed by HDMI. And what's fundamental about it is it's digital interface, and it's uncompressed video. It also happens to carry audio and some other control information. I didn't put it in here. Another important piece related to the business of content is that it's an encrypted interface, so there are scrambling issues associated with it, or encryption issues. And again, what's important here is sort of like the notion of the component video, only this one's digital. The signal is driving the display directly. It's literally, in effect, painting on a pixel by pixel basis what the display needs to render. So the key takeaway is think about it as a display interface, not a TV, an old SD analog TV kind of interface. And all the processing associated with things like captions or other ancillary information is upstream. It's on the video side. HDMI is a source and sync kind of arrangement. It allows a device called a repeater to be in between. That's typically like an AV receiver, but the idea is video source, HDMI, and a display. Okay, this is the part I think maybe Julie was really trying to get to, which is kind of what combinations of things work and how, and what might you expect to get from them. So if we have a set-top box, and this is probably in the past had been the really common kind of configuration, a set-top box to a TV over a standard definition interface. So there are really three that are available: the RF connector, the F connector, this coax, the RCA or S video, and in that case, the captions will pass through in the sense that they can continue to just ride along with the video signal on line 21, and so we do have a little, I don't know if it's good or bad. The good part is that you can turn on the decoder, caption decoder in your TV and get captions. That's sort of an artifact we'll get to in just a second. You can also probably turn them on in the set-top box, which is, I think, the paradigm we're moving towards, or both, as we've seen probably with some like converter configuration. So that's kind of the downside of this fact that captions are riding along with the video, is you may turn them on in two places potentially. Okay, DVD to a TV over standard definition. This is sort of another, probably a very high penetration out there connected this way. So when might you get captions decoded on your TV? Well, the DVD player has to be able to read the captions from a disc and then put them on line 21. So to the TV can't really tell. This might as well have been a broadcast TV signal for all it knows. It's just video, standard definition video. It looks like the same video that's been around, for 50 years. The other piece that has to happen is the DVD disc itself must have captions available on the media, and then the connection has to be one of these three SD that's capable of carrying captions. So in that case, you would turn on captions at your TV, and if all those conditions are met, you could see captions. Then set-top box with an HD connection. So now we've had a pretty fundamental change, and I assume that I don't know for sure, maybe the MVPDs could tell us. My guess is there's a rapid increase in this type of connection as the TVs are certainly in consumers' homes. The services are being offered. The set-top boxes have them. So now, as I've already mentioned, both component and HDMI don't have this sort of notion of a line 21 and the data riding along with it. So now the captions need to be turned on and decoded at the set-top box, at the video source. And so they are decoded there and rendered on top of the video and sent over one of these two interfaces, and the TV is just making that picture. It doesn't know that there are captions there or not. They're already opened in the video. DVD player with an HD connection. So this is, I guess I should start by saying DVD player traditional is not inherently an HD device, but now there are players that upconvert and will make really nice outputs to drive the nicer displays that are in homes. So again, as soon as you're operating over an HD connection, there's no concept of turning on the captions in the TV because there are no captions on those interfaces. So where might you get captions? You may have a DVD player, and I don't know whether this first condition is common or exists, but if the player can read the captions from the disc and render them onto the video, in other words, read them and do what a set-top box does today in terms of rendering the captions, and of course the DVD disc itself has to be captioned, then the TV would certainly play it. If the captions are in the video, it's going to display the video. Again, the TV doesn't know. And one other comment, Blu-ray players, now they are inherently HD, very much oriented towards being connected to a nice TV over an HD connection. And in that case, Blu-ray uses subtitles and not captions, and that does happen entirely within the video source. And I think let me see, I got a couple others. And one of these does kind of tie back to our group discussion at the very end here. So some of the takeaways, this idea of caption pass-through, it's been beneficial, but it's actually, it's an artifact of the way analog SD interfaces work because of these captions riding along on the video signal. The trend is very strongly towards HD interfaces and specifically HDMI, which again carries images, the pictures, not compressed, it's literally the pixels on the screen, sound and remote control commands, and those are integrated together as a matter of convenience for the consumer. We'll come to the remote control command idea in just a second. And then with HDMI, the other big takeaway is the stuff you do that you think about as your video control stuff, like channel changes and transport control like play and pause if it were a Blu-ray player or something, captions or subtitles, that's all happening upstream in the video source, not the display. The display is rendering the picture in this case. So let me tie this back to our subgroups discussion. Then, so we're headed towards this world where the TV is making the picture that the video source is asking it to in these HD interfaces. And as we've talked about in our group, how do we improve the user experience? If now what really needs to happen is that you're turning on and off caption decoding in the cable or satellite set-top box or turning on subtitles in a Blu-ray player. One idea that's being kicked around, and we can turn back on the PowerPoint so I can finish this slide. Can we switch to the PowerPoint again? Okay, so if we have a set-top box and a TV connected by HDMI in this case, HDMI has this remote control pass-through capability, and the idea behind it is called CEC is the name of it. The idea is that you can pass remote control commands through the TV to its video sources just to improve the consumer experience. So we can think about this idea of a closed caption trying to turn on the captioning in the set-top box. This closed caption command will go from the remote to the TV and then go over the HDMI cable through this CEC standard to the set-top box to turn on the captions. And we're having discussion, a few of us have had sort of a background discussion on doing that. This is something that HDMI Licensing LLC suggested to us on one of the calls that might be an avenue to pursue. So in this case, we're not trying to do something that's maybe a little unnatural for the HDMI interface. In this case, we're trying to leverage its command pass-through capability to improve the user experience. And that's it.
For a while, we were actually trying to work on a consumer information guide on HDMI. And we're going to pass it out. To be honest, I think we probably could do some more work on it, could use some diagrams and so forth. And what I'd like, Brian, this document and maybe working with Karen and her group to give us some feedback on how we can make this better. Brian, I know you often have got info on the website about how consumers can connect products. Is there anything up on your website about connections for a closed caption?
I can't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We did an FAQ, a frequently asked questions document a few years ago. And I'm not sure. We made it available to a bunch of groups. I know we sent around to Karen and others. It's probably somewhere on our website. We also have a kind of a consumer-focused website that has a lot of interconnect information on there. And we have a thing we call connection guide that actually tries to walk consumers through. Now, it's not oriented around captions, but we may be able to add something there. This is, I can tell you, it's not just captions that are complicated with connecting equipment now. So that's one of the
noticed.
We've put together a lot of material in that area, and it's all helpful, and none of it is a panacea to getting consumers to get their equipment connected satisfactorily. But we'd be happy to look at that. A couple of us were talking before the meeting about at least let's start looking at all this information that's out there and seeing if we can add a little bit of caption information to it, use some of the same terminology for some of these interfaces. But CA would be happy to share what we have or add whatever. I mean, we want to make this helpful to all consumers. So it's just our experience has been it's really hard to get interconnection information that covers the whole waterfront of all the different types of equipment and configurations in people's homes and is simple enough for them to actually get through.
John?
Ryan, the CEC solution could be an elegant solution on the HDMI. Just when we think we have a solution there's another challenge with wireless. I assume it's the same issue that the device, the set-top box, renders the captions and they're transmitted wirelessly to the display?
Yeah, and so in this case, I guess the good and bad about HDMI is the industry all got behind it. It happened very quickly. The bad part of that was it hit the market so fast I don't think all the problems were ironed out. But in wireless, we're having a more typical battle over a few technologies that are still available. Some of them are pretty much literally just a wireless version of HDMI. They're uncompressed, and what I don't know is which of them use copy this capability of CEC kind of command pass-through, but we're certainly aware of those groups and can talk to them about it. My guess is most of them want to kind of mimic the behavior of HDMI, only just take the wire away, because it would be, HDMI's got such a good marketplace penetration now. But that's a good point. It's another area we need to pursue.
Questions, comments? If there aren't any, you'll have to explain it to me, because I don't know.
I guess I will.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Just quickly, I'm wondering if that PowerPoint could be made available to us. I don't know if you said that already. I missed it. If you
Sorry?
I'd be happy to. It was just
send it to Susan and then.
Okay. It was late when it got finished, or early.
Graham?
There's only one thing I would add to Brian's presentation, and perhaps before you distribute it, it might be worth adding this, Brian. You made it seem as though HDMI only carried HD signals, but the HDMI carries digital SD as well. And I think the FCC document actually doesn't make that distinction, so we need to make clear that SD, once it's digital SD television, is carried on HDMI in exactly the same way as HD. So you lose the captioning capability with SD signals in the DTV domain as well, because you no longer are using the composite line 21 signal. So that wasn't quite clear in your presentation, Brian. It sounded as though SD would still have captioning.
Yeah, so we'll take this all. We can look together at my my slides and see if we disagree. So I would say you haven't lost the caption capability. It does a different thing. The captions, I mean, this, you're aware of this, so I'm not educating you on this, but it's not like HDMI wiped them away. They were either rendered at the source or not.
No, you were making it clear as that it seemed in your presentation as though HDMI and DTV was only HD. But DTV, when it's carrying standard definition, has the same restrictions, or it's done in the same way as HD, is what I'm saying, I guess.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, go ahead.
I don't want to be the skunk at the picnic here, but as we look ahead to what else is coming, are there any special challenges on the horizon with 3D related to captions?
Elephant in the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
One of the interesting things.
One objective is to finish this group before 3D is prominent.
Actually, there is quite a lot of work going on in that, in the 3D authoring field. And one of the interesting things is, where do you put the captions?
Right.
You know, whereabouts in the picture, how far in and out?
Brian?
Okay. So yeah, there is a lot of work in the technical community about bringing 3D to fruition, and you've probably heard this a million times if you've sat on this working group before. There are a set of communities. SCTE working on the cable part of things, SMPTE on the production end, CEA on the receive end, and CEA is kind of custodians of CEA 708. That working group has cranked back up and is now discussing 3D carriage, the issues associated with embedding captions, carrying them in 3D, and placement in the Z-axis or the depth. And Phil promised to make sure we got it all right. So.
I'll be the second skunk, because this came up earlier this morning. And what about in the mobile TV standard? How are captions being handled there? Yep.
We're talking about mobile DTV,
yep,
as in ATSC standard. They're actually carried in virtually the same way as they are in A53 for regular DTV. It's carried in the video user bits, and it uses the same source of captions as per 708 standard. And that's actually already specified in an ATSC standard A72, which is for carrying of AVC, Advanced Video Coding. The only change is that because of the restriction on video bandwidth...
Hold on a moment. Yeah, we lost the captions. What I was really worried about earlier with the captions is when Brian said the coax in your home and it showed up as the axe in your home. So have we lost the captions for a moment?
Do we have anybody that could troubleshoot that?
It's on the phone.
They're saying not that.
Then let's do this. Let's just take 5 minutes, okay, until we get this up and running. Okay, just take a quick 5-minute break.
Well, I'm about to turn over to my 8-year-old daughter.
That's it. Yeah. All right.
Okay, let's. Unless I'm cutting somebody off from solving the problem, let's reconvene.
Hey, Charlie, Bill, no.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start again.
All right.
Thank you.
The information you need, but I don't mind putting it.
All right.
Any questions?
We had a couple of. Are the questions still up? Forgot what it was. Graham, did you still have a question? Or has that?
Yeah, one very briefly. You were asking about captions for mobile DTV.
Yep.
And the bottom line is they're basically the same. It's the 708 DTV caption standard. There's a provision for allowing it to be done in lower bandwidth to save bits per second because of the limitations on mobile.
Okay.
But the captioning is the same.
Okay, good.
Okay, I remembered.
Yes, go ahead.
I have a couple questions. I just want to make sure, because a lot of this is very complicated, as you can imagine. And I want to clarify just a couple of things. One of the things that you talked about, and I know I've talked to Larry about this, but I'm not sure that the consumers understand the ramifications of one of these solutions, which is that you will be able to access captions and finish a sentence from any remote that you have or from the cable box remote, regardless of how the captions are set up. If you could just explain that a little bit more, what the practical effect is for consumers.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So what I talked about of this passing the caption command through CEC with an HD interface, let's just talk about HDMI. So that's what we're being driven towards for a variety of reasons. But the captions need to be turned on in the set-top box. And then the TV is just going to display the already open captions on the video. So to facilitate that, the idea, and today what you would have to do is pick up the set-top box's remote control and do whatever needs to happen there, which probably varies from box to box, to turn on and off captions. The TV is completely out of the picture. The idea behind this CEC is using the TV's remote control, you can, because it's a little more natural, I think, for consumers. They tend to think about things going through the TV, even though that's not really where the message is trying to get to. But to pass this closed captioning remote over the HDMI cable to the set-top box so they don't have to switch between remotes. It's really just a usability issue. It hasn't changed where the captions are happening, and so in that sense it's a little bit of a crutch, because we're probably making it more usable, but we're also kind of aiding the idea of not knowing where the captions are really being decoded, because they're going to say captions, and it's not going to be the TV that's doing the captioning at that point. But right now it's just meant to make it life easier for consumers.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one more follow-up question, and that involves DVDs and Blu-rays, because a lot of times I think there's been some confusion about, I think on our phone call we talked about, I think I had 2 phone calls. I'm not sure whether one of them I think was with you. We talked about how HDMI, quote, doesn't pass through captions, and that's not a correct statement, but there is an issue. It's not a correct statement by itself. It's a lot more complicated than that. There is an issue with DVDs and Blu-rays, and if you could explain that also for consumers, that if the DVD and, well, for one thing, if the DVD and Blu-ray device do not have a tuner, they're actually not covered by FCC rules right now. And if you can explain what those devices, if they do not do something and then the TV end doesn't do something, then you're not going to get captions. If you, I know I'm not explaining it in any technical terms, because I think you just need to break it down for lay people.
Okay. So these are some of the cases I tried to cover in the PowerPoint. I'm not sure exactly which combination you're after, so I'll just hit a couple points. If we didn't get it, we'll keep going. But one is this idea of pass-through. I think most of us have come to think of that as passing through closed captions, meaning they're writing on the video. So where people say, somebody says HDMI does not pass through captions, and somebody on the other side of the table says, oh yeah, it does. Well, what they really mean is it's correct to say HDMI does not pass through closed captions, but HDMI will certainly pass through, if you will, or render open captions. The captions need to be opened at the video source and rendered, and then it will go right over the HDMI cable and rendered on the display, monitor or TV. I think the other issues were kind of related to that, which combination of DVD player and Blu-ray. So I think one of the complications is that you can have seemingly similar equipment that sometimes captions work and sometimes they don't. That's a combination of 2 things. Probably the most fundamental thing is which interface are you using, and this idea of with SD analog interfaces, the captions will ride along with the video. And so if you hit the caption button or turn on captions on your TV, you may very well get captions like you're used to from broadcast television. But if you have so first of all, if you have a DVD player or a Blu-ray player and it's connected by one of the HD interfaces, you're not going to get captions by hitting the caption button on your TV. Those interfaces don't pass through closed captions. You may still get captions if you turn them on at the video source. And then the next sort of fork in the road is that with Blu-ray, to my knowledge, you're probably not, at least with Blu-ray discs, you're not, they use subtitles. They accommodate accessibility by a different model, and I assume that's because they ship globally, and it's sort of a production and worldwide market kind of phenomenon there of why they use subtitles. Probably also for creative control and some other things, but that's not the business I'm in. Okay.
Go ahead, Sharon. Or Lisa, go ahead.
I wanted to go back for a minute to what you were saying about HDMI and using the source. So the set-top box is the source, whatever the consumer doesn't have to know what the source was you're saying. But my understanding of what you're saying is that eventually there would be this remote that would work with the TV, even though it's basically turning on the set-top box or the okay. Before we get there, though, that's not out there as far as I know now, people would need to know if they're using it now that they have to turn on the set-top box. The problem that we're finding is that when I get my cable from my FiOS or whatever, I assume this is the same with satellite, they don't give me a manual. I don't know how to turn on the set-top box captions. So I think that's another thing we need to make public somehow on the websites or...
Am I correct in saying that this would eliminate that problem? Because if they pass it through, then all they have to do is use the regular TV remote.
That's great, and I love that. That's wonderful. But what do we do between here and there? That's what I'm saying.
So that's
Okay.
that's an MVPD issue. You're correct.
Charlie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Yeah, I'm very aware of the work that we're talking about to pass the CEC command through it, and that may be helpful at some point when we get there. It may not be a complete panacea because there's probably going to be configurations and other things that may need to get done through the set-top box. But Lisa, let me speak to your comment about not providing a manual, and then another comment, if I may. That's probably true. And we're looking at a couple of things. One is to include some captioning setup and activation material in our installation kits. But I think more importantly, certainly at Comcast and within my group, CC1 group, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, I'm hoping that we can kind of generalize what I'm about to say across all service providers. We're working aggressively, I have been, on material that will go up on our public website fairly soon that will explain how to do this in all of our different set-top boxes in clear and concise terms without you having to dig through a manual either online or on paper with some diagrams and pictures. And I think it's actually coming together quite well, and I'd sort of hoped I'd have something to show here today, but I wasn't quite there yet. And I hope that other service providers, other cable operators and satellite and telcos will follow suit to the extent they haven't already. So I think that's a good answer to that. If I may, on the same subject, Julie, really quick,
go ahead.
Responding back to the whole business of HDMI pass-through, and I don't want to beat this thing completely to death, but I would comment and looked at the handout or the FCC Consumer Advisory Draft, and I scanned through it very quickly, and I think it's accurately getting at how you have to do captions when you have an HDMI connection. That looks pretty good. It does make a comment about cable or satellite set-top boxes. If you're not able to get captions, then perhaps the set-top box isn't capable of doing captions. There's some wording to that effect. And I just wanted to kind of state here that at least to the very best of my knowledge across the entire cable industry, there are not any set-top boxes that have HDMI outputs that are not capable of rendering captions in the way that Brian has explained it. So to the very best of my knowledge, we have no HDMI connected scenarios where the customer cannot get captions, but there may be scenarios where they can't figure out how to turn them on, and we're working on that.
Okay. Anything else on? Charlie, why don't you go ahead and do your report, and then I think we're going to. I want to hit on Andy's, and then I want to talk on discussion on the action items and next steps.
Okay. All right. So, get my microphone here. Ah, here we go. Getting to my my subgroup CC1, which was originally chartered to focus on data needed for assessing problems with closed captioning. And I'm guilty here. We have not had a call for a little while. We ended up in a couple of different directions in the group, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit here today and get some feedback and maybe some suggestions from the staff and from the other members here. Many of you, of course, are members of this group, and those of you that are might have seen an email that I sent out very early today where I kind of talked about what I'm about to say here, and I apologize I didn't put any slide together. I should have done that. Our original goal, as I perceived it, was to look at what do we need to know to assess and resolve a captioning problem that a consumer has. And in my own mind, I sort of expanded that to include questions, common responses, some basic troubleshooting techniques that a customer on their own could use to make sure that there's not something they can do on their own to resolve a captioning problem they may be having. And as I mentioned a moment ago, we're working on doing that on our website within Comcast. And what I believe is that this group can help to create questions, answers, and basic troubleshooting, including pictures, graphics, glossaries, whatever kind of things are needed that could go up on MVPD websites to help resolve what I think may be a fairly good number of captioning problems that could simply get resolved without ever having to call an MVPD if we do this and we do this well. And I think this particular group, CC1 group, can facilitate that and get agreement across the industries and get stuff out. And we could not only get good information up on websites and made available in other ways, but we could probably standardize it in ways that terminology and even graphics and pictures are fairly common so that consumers don't see three different explanations for the same thing. So I believe there's real value to be added, gained from our group doing that. My frustration, quite honestly, has been my group has never really been able to make much progress on that because we ended up spending all of our time on the database concept. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be working on the database concept, but it's taken up all of our time. And I haven't had much progress in the other area, which I'd really like to work on. I think there's a quick hit to be had in what I just went through. I think the database is probably a longer-term, bigger project. And I'd like to propose that we create a separate group or some sort of ad hoc group within CC1 or something, create some sort of a task force to go off and work on this and segment that away enough that I can begin to make progress on what I thought was my original goal. And Julie, I know you already had heard some of this from me. So that's sort of what I'd like to propose. I'd like to get some feedback as to the mechanism. First of all, is there agreement that we can separate this into two different tasks within my group or not? Because I think they are somewhat different. They relate, but the database also relates to Graham's work. It relates to a lot of things that are going on here. And then if so, how's the best way to affect that so that I can pull all or a portion of my group together and begin to work on what I first talked about here in this long thing. So looking for feedback.
Feedback from folks around the table?
You're bound to have something.
Well, I guess I'm yeah. Always an opinion on everything, an expert on nothing. Yeah. Well, no, I was thinking.
Those people are moving away from.
Yeah. Is there anything painted on my back? Yeah, I mean, you're the leader of the group. If this is how you want to take your group, then yeah, let's go in that direction. I mean, the database is, yeah, now that you say it, I mean, it's almost obviously longer term, right? We have to collect enough data to put in the database, so you do it. I mean, there's an iterative nature to all this, too. I'm sitting here thinking, Susan came up and said, well, you know, what's your solution? I said, I don't have one. You know, it's amazing to me. Some problems are so complex and so difficult to grapple with. You get started and you find out some things and you tack one way and then you tack another. But yeah, I mean, if that's the way you want to go that way. I'll certainly support you. I mean, is there a do you really think people will access this sort of do-it-yourself website where you put up the information?
I would like to turn to Karen, Lisa, Cheryl. They're better to answer that than I want to think the answer is yes. I certainly hope so. Will people who have need of captioning information take advantage of information on a website if it's there?
Go ahead, Lisa.
I think that if you have to make it consumer friendly. If we have information on a website intended for consumers, but it's all in something that only the techies know how to interpret, then they're not going to be able to use it, and they won't. But if I think there are a number of consumers that they would say, I'd like a solution right now. Let me figure out how to do it, and I can. So there's already, Dana's name has been raised here a couple of times. She put together information on how to turn on each kind of, each set-top box. How do you turn on the 708 captions? So she had put that together herself, and I've accessed it. Other people have accessed it, but it's just Dana's little site. We need something more public and where people could find it, and yeah, that's consumer friendly. So I think that would be, I think it could be valuable. Not everybody will use it. Clearly not. Some consumers won't go to the internet, can't go to the internet, won't be able to read it, but some will, absolutely. And if it solves some problems and keeps some people from calling, I think that's probably valuable.
Certainly, consumer friendly is essential. And to that end, I would hope that we can get some feedback from the kind of consumers that would use it as we get closer, or maybe after we get it out there, we can fine tune. Because I know my approach within Comcast is to get some material up, as soon as we get through a process. But frankly, I've got a lot of other stuff in my back pocket that probably won't be there immediately. So there'll be revisions and additions, and in that process, I think we can fine tune it. But and I wish I were here to show today, but I think what you would see in the materials that we're getting together are pretty darn consumer friendly. At least I think so. The other thing is, if we begin to standardize this type of information and we begin to put it on the website, there isn't any reason why people can't pull that same information that's now effective off and print it and put it in an installation packet. Make the appropriate variation available for customer service personnel who may need more information than they have today. So I see that the website is a good starting point. Of course, websites are perfect for this kind of thing because you can have links and you can go to more information if you need it and not go there if you don't need it. But there's nothing to say you couldn't print this stuff and use it in other ways too.
Exactly, and I'll just echo that. I mean, when I had my installation, the tech guy knew how to turn the captions on, but he didn't know how to turn it on from the set-top box. And there was nowhere for him to go for figuring it out. So if this, when I go buy my wireless phone, the first thing they do is they look up on the internet and see which ones are HAC, hearing aid compatible. They don't have that in their back pocket, but they know where to go. And I would be happy with that kind of stuff for both for me and for the installer.
Let me
requirement that people provide all the video program distributors have their point of contact information for immediate real-time problem solving. If someone calls you up in the middle of the Super Bowl or some other broadcast and says, my captions aren't working, it would be very helpful if there was some kind of troubleshooting guide for that contact person, that they ask kind of diagnostic questions in some systematic order so they can figure out, have you ever had captions? Has it worked in other times? Have you been able to tune it on from here or there and know what sequence of questions to ask to resolve it? And if the customer is doing fine, everything's okay on the consumer's end, then you start looking at your own station or distribution facility and know what questions to ask there as to which component to go to first and then which other ones might be contributing to the problem. So I would think that it would be really beneficial on both ends, the consumer and your own internal operations, to have some sort of guide of this sort, troubleshooting guide or whatever you want to call it.
I agree completely, Susan. And I've kind of started with improving our website. We have some of that kind of troubleshooting information at the fingertips of our people who answer the phone, but it's my intent to improve there as well and sync this up so that we're using the same information, the same words, the same definitions, whatever it may be, which we may not be consistent on today. So totally agree.
Andy, go ahead.
I was going to agree wholeheartedly with Susan, and I think Charlie will recall in the working group, I know several others have put together some drafts on some troubleshooting steps that were submitted to the working group and for evaluation, and they certainly need to be looked over and fine-tuned. But no, I certainly agree with you, Susan. I think to Charlie's point, though, we've gotten off sort of on this track about looking at databases, and I think we need to get back. So I support Charlie's comment. I think we need to get back to tools that are valuable for both the MVPDs to use as well as the consumer.
Charlie, let me pose it to the group this way: without objection. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Greg kind of said, well, you're the chair of the group, go do that if you want. And I'll take this discussion today to go do that. The problem has been, we have an hour to have a call and we spend, 55 minutes talking about a database because that seems to be what the membership of the group has wanted to talk about. So I'm looking for a little guidance here to help enable me to spend a portion of the time doing the other thing. In fact, what I'd like to do is be able to have a call to talk about thing one and another call to talk about thing two, whatever that may be, and that's the way I'll try to structure it going forward. I don't know, did you want to spend a little bit more time talking about the database today?
No, not yet.
Not yet,
I'll
okay.
tell you why in a few minutes.
All right, just be aware, I'll probably leave about 3:15. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why don't we get Andy's report, and then we'll just move up to the session to identify the action items and some thoughts on how we proceed. Go ahead.
I just have one PowerPoint slide, which I can, if I can fire it off my laptop, I can just go up to the podium if that'll work for...
I think they got a connector up there.
Did they have the connector up there? Brian used his up there, I assume, so...
Yeah, I we put my file up there. No, I put my file on that. On the internet.
Oh, okay. Is there a connector up there? I can just carry mine up there.
All right, there must be. You were up there. You're going to send out your, Brian, you're going to send... Yeah, everything's going crazy. You're going to send out your slide deck. Too complicated to get into here, but the reality is standard def over component will render captions. Some TVs can get the captioning. And it'd be nice if that never worked because it just adds to the confusion. That's one of those things that just makes a bad problem more confusing.
Yeah, looks like it's up. So this won't take very long. And you thought HDMI was an exciting subject. We're going to talk about parliamentary procedures now, and frankly, I don't know what is more exciting than that. As a working group, I think it was felt by the steering committee that we really ought to have some way to measure consensus and a metric by which we can figure out whether there's support or at least just how much support. And so we went off and thought about this at the conclusion of the last meeting and came up with a few ideas that I'm going to throw out here this afternoon. And these would be used a little later on, I think, in the process when we actually do come up with some findings and some recommendations that will eventually go, if you recall, we sort of serve at the pleasure of the Consumer Advisory Committee, that will lead to approval of those findings and recommendations to go to the CAC. So one of the first questions we asked is what vote would carry a proposed measure? So let's say someone brings something to the table that they want passed, and we went off and thought about that and determined. And by the way, I put draft on here because I think perhaps some of these are still work in progress, but I think we're pretty close to having some consensus around these. But on the question of what vote would carry a proposed measure, we came to the conclusion that just a simple majority, or 51%, would be adequate for that. Next is how many votes are necessary for a quorum. And we determined that a simple majority of all members, not just those in attendance, would be necessary for that. And from that group, a simple majority of that group would carry the measure. So in other words, equal to or exceeding 25% of the total members. How many days in advance of the meeting should proposed measure be submitted to the group? We felt 2 weeks was adequate for that. Can measures be submitted from the floor? You bet, so long as quorum would be voting on that. So if we don't have quorum, then we felt that probably wouldn't be a wise thing to do. Then the subject of email votes came up, and whether those procedures would be somewhat different than ones that we conducted either face-to-face or by conference call. The decision there was that First off, that because people aren't always next to their email at all times, I'm certainly guilty of that, the quorum rule wouldn't initially apply, sort of out of consideration for that access question. We also thought that that when a proposed measure received 75% of the vote, it was pretty clear at that time that the measure, the finding would automatically carry it at that point. And the thought here was that this was really out of respect for the fact that when you carry on a vote via email, you don't always have the benefit of having that face-to-face dialogue. And so if you almost immediately got 75% approval for something, it would be pretty clear, I think, on an email ballot that there's wide sweeping support for that particular finding. And so the group felt that'd probably be a good way to go. Then, of course, after a week or some appreciable amount of time, if we didn't reach the appropriate number of votes, and we'd fall back to the usual procedure of doing a roll call vote and then measuring the yeas and the nays and abstentions. So that's it in a nutshell. Again, I've pasted a draft on this with the thinking that maybe there's still some fine tuning that we can do, but I think we're pretty close to agreement on these points here. Happy to entertain any questions, which I will quickly forward right over here to Susan to answer for me. So, okay, thanks, guys.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, this is Lisa Hamlin again. I was wondering, you didn't talk about this here, and maybe you mentioned it, I may have missed it. Once we have passed a proposal, does it then go to the full CAC for approval?
That's my understanding, yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Susan. Just to finish up on that, once it goes to the CAC, then the CAC would vote on that measure, and if it passes at the CAC level, then it comes to the FCC in its official recommendation. So it's really kind of a formality at that point, because truly having as much FCC staff participate in the working group, we've heard it once before, if not more than once. So it's just, I think, because of how this is constituted as a subgroup of the CAC or as a working group of the CAC, it has to go through all these procedural hoops.
Okay. So where do we go from here? I jotted down a number of my thoughts, and I can either start with that, or if you've got ideas, I can open the floor to any suggestions you might have. Run with them. All right, let me take the easy stuff first. And I'm going to accept, even though Joel isn't here, responsibility for us doing a number of things that I think we owe as well. I'll take the easier stuff first. I think we had recommendations, Karen, from your group that we still owe some sort of a response on. And so I will talk to Joel. I think we'll commit to doing that, but I'm not sure the time frame. I'd like to think maybe 30 days from now we can come back with some sort of response on here's what we're going to do, or the things we think we've got problems, and the time frames we're going to do them in. As part of that, in tying back, Charlie, to what you had raised, we've set up within the FCC a consumer task force. Joel heads it. It includes representations from all the bureaus and offices. I'm a member of it as well. And one of the things we're really focusing on is how we can improve the information that we provide to consumers and address consumer issues as well. I'd like to think we can somehow tie that together, some of the recommendations out of Karen's group, with your idea of the service providers putting together information to help people. There's got to be at least some fraction, I have no idea what it is, that the call you get talking about a problem is simply a connection problem. Just not, how the things are connected, not knowing which thing is controlling, etc. And it probably behooves all of us maybe other service providers are doing something similar. And Charlie, if you can tell us a time frame for when you think you'll have something to present to the group. I don't think we have to have it, but to start sharing with people, I think it'd be fine even for the FCC on its website to put links to this information so that consumers, when they come to us and they go to the caption page, there's a link that says, for example, if you've got Comcast, here's where you go. And it explains how to hook up your stuff and make sure that you've at least gone through the basics of how to operate it.
I'll just say first iteration for us is going to be within 30 days. Yeah, we're
Good.
We're getting close. So.
That would be great. I think we'd also like to get some feedback on the HDMI document. If 30 days would be reasonable, that would be terrific. I would love to see us start moving at least some pieces out to people. So there's some concrete things that we can point to as an output from the group. We have been talking about some things at the commission that I think we need to probably have separate discussions on. We started to explore the availability of money. So that there's some possibility that there'll be some funds that we can contribute. Whether it makes sense for that to go towards working on a database, or supporting collecting more bit streams, I think is yet to be determined. But we're working on that, and I think we owe the group some response. That I can't quite give you a time frame on because of the budget process and so forth. But so we're working on that piece. Charlie, on the database, I think I'll suspend it for the time being. We've been talking to some of our folks in Managing Director's office. I think we're still struggling with what exactly would go in this. Why is it expensive? Why can't it be just a simple Excel spreadsheet? We've had discussions. Is it something the commission can do? Is it something that we can't do? What do we run into as far as information collection and it becomes available and all those kinds of things? We started working on this in earnest, but we're not done. So I think we'll probably call separately to get a better handle on what might go into this and the utility of it. I'm probably also going to have some sidebar conversations about whether, and Steve, this is news to you, whether there's any testing that we can do. We normally focus, Steve, when we were doing the DTV converter box program to support NTIA's coupon program, I think we tested a couple hundred boxes, converter boxes.
136 models.
136 models. Well, I'm not quite as impressed with what you told me before. But that's the sort of thing our lab typically does. We had the right tools to test the captioning on the boxes. I know that there were problems in connecting them and so forth, but we have at least that much capability. We don't normally test things that are in the stream. We're usually looking at something at the end point. Whether there's something that we can do to look at some of the things in the stream and figure out what's going on, I think we need to have some sidebar discussions about that. I don't have a good feel right now for whether we are able to do it. If we are, if there's a little extra money, whether we can do that or not. So we'll probably talk about that separately. We probably need to define what the output of this thing is. There's some multiple outputs. Some of it is consumer information. I think we talked a bit this morning that the hope in starting this is that we'd be sharing information among folks and that would make things better. We seem to be headed towards some sort of a troubleshooter's guide. I think we probably need to define that a little bit. I don't want to try and do that right now. We'll take a shot at defining what we think that is. and put some stakes in the ground for completion of it. That will depend on what I think is the last and hardest piece. And that's how what I heard this morning was we don't really have enough information to put in there yet. And how we get at that. And I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about that. We've kind of been pressing here for a long time to get into Charlie's group, and I really appreciate the work that Charlie and all the folks who've been trying to get at this have done. What I don't want to have happen is we're sitting here 30 days, 60 days from now, we're in the same place we are today. So I'm open to ideas on how do we make that work better. Or if it's not going to work, then let's just stop on that point. Do you, I raised the idea of some, whether it would help if we had some period of time where people could come forward and report the issues without, with an agreement that they're going to be corrected. It'd be a relatively narrow window, I don't know, 60 days or something, and then we say, well, after that, I really do think, as we talked about this morning, in the end, the FCC is going to have to be serious about enforcing the rules. And we're trying to look at whether it would help in some period of time here for people to feel like they could contribute information that would educate the community, get things on the track that, to have it fixed, or some other way. So I throw that open to the floor. I am a little bit wary too. It's not something we normally do, and I don't want to do it 60 days and we're no better off. Go ahead, Cheryl. Oh, it's gone. Now it's back. Yeah. Could you move a little closer to the mic because I couldn't quite hear you. Only when it's important. Only when it's important. How long was it out?
Just a moment. Mrs. Farrell, I was just saying that it's frustrating because it's the 4th or 5th time today, and it's only when it's something important that the caption stops.
I'm sorry.
How would I know?
Thoughts?
Can you repeat?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll make it a little shorter. My point was, we've got this problem where we've been trying to collect information. We heard anecdotes this morning, and Greg, he pointed out a good, but geez, why is this so hard? All you got to do is turn on sets. You got a problem on this channel here and not on this channel. Why can't we get that stuff and just figure it out? And we don't seem to be getting to that point. And we've got roughly a dozen or so things I think that have come forward, and I'm trying to figure out how to crack that nut. And we talked about, if some period of where people could come forward, know that as long as they put forward a plan to take corrective action, could acknowledge things that they found and that they are fixing, so that the object of this would be to share the information across the community. I know there's sensitivity about finger pointing and so forth, but I'm open to any suggestions on how we get at the information that we all kind of think is there. Graham?
You've asked 2 or 3 different questions there, and they're sort of interrelated. On the question of an amnesty or a period of non-enforcement or whatever you like to call it, you've asked, you asked us previously whether that was going to help and how long it would need and so on. And of course, it's one of those questions that don't really have an answer because we don't know what is being withheld because of it. And therefore, if you don't know what's being withheld, you don't know what's going to come out. Or I think the conclusion of our group was it could only help. And therefore, I would strongly support that in whatever form the FCC decides would be appropriate. As to how we go to get more information more rapidly, I have to say that within my group at least, I don't think we've really addressed that properly. I've talked more than once about the information that we're sure is out there, but we haven't gone public with this process. We haven't been allowed to go public with this process. So we've been only drawing on the resources of the people in the group. So, for instance, if we wanted to get information from all the cable operators or all the major MVPTs, we'd have to go wider than the group membership right now. So that's one suggestion, is that we draw in more, and that applies particularly on the cable side, although we do have representatives, of course, from NCTA. And maybe that's sufficient, but NCTA in itself does not have access to the records of the other companies. So we have Comcast on the group, but only Comcast as far as the cable company is concerned. We do have the two major satellite broadcasters, and we do have all the major networks. But we have almost no stations at all. Now, NAB obviously represents a good many of them, but we don't have access to their records. So those are the two questions or two suggestions that if we really want to get more information, we have to talk to the people who hold the information.
Others? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's enough for now.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Yeah.
Greg?
I mean, I'm sitting here thinking about what you said. I do think, I'll put this out there, I mean, I do think it's useful for the FCC to test some streams. Why not test the streams in this market, right? If we don't find a problem there, it tells us something. If we could capture those streams and feed them into some receivers and we find problems, then we know something, right? But that sort of test process, I think, needs to be defined, and maybe that's...
I think we have tested in this market.
We have done some of that for over-the-air broadcasts in this market. As far as analyzing the streams, that has been somewhat limited by my own lack of technical expertise. And we don't have the ability to do captures for anything other than local over-the-air stations. So cable providers or whatever.
So when you looked at these streams previously here in this market, how did you analyze them?
We procured some software that allows me to extract the caption data and so forth, but again, a combination of lack of time to learn and like having to realize, I have to resort the caption data based on the order that the MPEG frames have to get sorted in because of the way they're transmitted and so forth. There's a learning process there. The primary use of that, though, in my case and the cases I've been involved with, normally the way it's worked is Dana Mulvaney told me there was a problem with a particular show. I'd record a transport stream from that and look at it, but primarily I'd contact the broadcaster. The broadcaster would look and say, yes, that's a repeatable problem, and I don't see it on my input, but I do see it on my output, and then they'd get in contact with equipment manufacturers and try to solve the problem. And usually successfully, although sometimes it took quite a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what I was envisioning was basically some sort of test process, right? If we just had this process that we go through, right, to begin to get our hands on. I mean, collecting information is one way to do it, right? But it's not as structured as basically having the commission's lab involved.
Well, there's two challenges here that I see. One is getting the information from the spot where the problem is occurring.
Right.
All right. So, I mean, we can collect stuff here in D.C., but collecting it in the spots where the problems are occurring, we've got field folks, but it starts to get more complicated. And then secondly, with the diagrams that we looked at before, it's a system issue. So we don't always know everything that's in the stream. Well, in fact, we know very little most of the time about how it's getting from point A to point B. So for us, it's, well, what is it that we test? And that's we could, for example, try to look at some encoders. I don't know offhand whether that would work or not, and we don't need to answer it now. But my point is, that becomes hit or miss, or people say, hey, I think there's been a problem with such and such. And then we can start to try to zero in on that. It's not the most efficient way to do it.
And there'd be a rather big curve in getting the equipment and expertise necessary to conduct those kinds of tests, I think, as well. One thing I was wondering, in our complaint system where someone sends a complaint to the FCC, as I understand it, you said the provider has to respond to the FCC. As part of that response, can we ask for not just we fixed it, but how did you fix it?
Well, let me, before you answer, because I did have this down on my list, but I didn't. I should have said it. I think it's incumbent on us to look back at what we have and see what we can mine out of that, for looking for patterns, looking for the kinds of problems we're hearing reported. I don't know the answer right off, but I think that's something we've got to talk about.
I think going forward, I think that's probably there's a lot of information that can be gleaned, but particularly if the follow-up questions from the, once a complaint is sent over to the video distributor, that they are able to ask the right questions to find out the exact pieces of equipment, the kinds of information that is not requested in the initial complaint, because then it can be much more useful information. So I think if we have almost standardized questions for the follow-up level with the consumer directly, then we'll get some good answers.
What I would offer to the group, and not try and write this all down now, and is that we'll draft something up as an action items list and distribute it to the teams, and you can come back and say what you think about it, if you think there are things that we should add. Or is there anything in particular that I've left out, or you think we ought to do, or Charlie?
Well, responding not to what you've left out, because I don't have anything there, but back to the talk, I don't think I'm on here yet, but back to the talk of some sort of an amnesty program. I realize that's complicated. I'm not sure how to manage it or make it work, but it might have some value. I'm not sure. I guess what I wanted to say is, at least speaking strictly for Comcast, I don't have any bunch of problems in my back pocket that I'm not sharing, and that I suddenly would share. I mean, if suddenly there was a guaranteed amnesty program, I don't have something to hand in. So for whatever that's worth, anything that we're...
I won't go around the table and ask.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I mean, you know, when we have a captioning issue that's technical and within our control, we work aggressively on it. We work with our hardware and software manufacturers. We get good cooperation. And frankly, the almost one known technical issue that we're dealing with today is known within many people in this room. So, you know, I'm not positive what benefit it would bring, but that's just one guy's point of view.
Lisa, go ahead.
And that's good to hear. And so, if I think, from a consumer perspective, what I'm concerned about with the amnesty is that it would, and I don't know that it would be used this way, but I think it would have to be formulated in such a way that there would be no temptation to say, okay, we've got amnesty on this problem, and then we find it that 2 years from now or 6 months from now we have the same problem. Do we still have that amnesty for this problem? You know, if you can solve the problem, and the way you sounded like you structured it is that you have a problem and you're coming forward, and the amnesty is because you've figured out a way and you're sharing information, and therefore it should be used down the line, not used as an excuse not to.
I want to be clear, too. You know, we brought this up, Joel and I have talked about it. We've not actually run it by the chairman's office and the commissioners. It's not something we normally do. Where we're really struggling is how do we get at the root of this? And, you know, part of the purpose of this, absolutely, at least in my mind, would be limited period, correction plan, not open-ended, and for the purpose of the information being contributed into this process so that we can educate each other to make this better. And if it won't work that way, and we have to go back to the one by one. That was really what the unsolved mysteries thing. Okay, this is coming out here. Let's go to the next point, and let's go to the next point and figure out. But it is real tedious, as you've been.
And I just want to emphasize, I really am in favor of what works. I mean, if amnesty on a limited basis is what makes things come forward, I mean, you just said it may not, but if it does, I think we can support that, if that's what makes it possible to find these solutions. But, it needs to be thought through and carefully considered so that the consumers still get, and the bottom line is we still want to be able to turn on TV and sit back and relax and get what everybody else does.
All right, with that, go ahead, Cheryl. At least the captions are still working.
You never know. You might bring Whoops up with it. This is like so many of the problems I seem to become involved in, that the more you work at it, the more you realize how complex it is. And so that doesn't really surprise me, but I wish it could be different. I could support a limited amnesty, knowing that there was a good faith effort by the industry to really throw themselves into finding solutions to these problems. But I hope that there will be people around this table who appreciate that coming from me, that's a big concession. Because I have been trying for so many years to get these captioning problems addressed without any real solutions to many of them. And at the same time, they proliferated. It's not just small things, it's big and much more complex things. It was one of the reasons why I spent a good 6 months of my life working on what became what we consumers call the caption quality petition that's before the FCC. And that had to be at least 5 years ago now. 5 years. If we had nipped the stuff in the bud, we wouldn't be here today. So, I'm just going to swallow hard and say, I really want the problems fixed if that's what it takes. Okay. But make it snappy.
Okay, so we owe some things that we'll send out to the group. I know it's been a long day. Any closing remarks, comments? Good. We can all, for those of you leaving town, can leave town before any snow shows up again. Thank you.
Do you have any thought of when we might meet again?
I want to talk to Joel so we get a date that's going to work for both of us. I don't want this to be too far off. It might be 2 months or so, but I want to have things happen in between. So some of the things I mentioned about this, the things we've got to work on the money and discussions about the database and so forth, we'll send out this. So things should be happening in between.
Right. My only concern there, from my point of view, but it applies to some of the other members of the group, I suspect, is we do have this little event in April, the NAB convention coming up.
I thought you were going to say the CTIA show.
Well, and some of certainly the manufacturers and myself are pretty heavily engaged between now and then.
Thanks, Charlie.
That's middle of April.
Yeah, no, we'll keep that in mind. Greg?
Well, I mean, since you have a show coming up, maybe it's an opportunity to use it as an educational forum, right, on closed captioning issues.
Well,
I mean, there are two components that you mentioned. One was enforcement and sanctions, and then the other one was education, right? Creating databases, making sure information is distributed that solves problems.
Let's talk about whether, I mean, I don't know if there's an opportunity, it might be too late for any kind of a workshop while we're there.
I was just going to mention about the next CAC meeting is March 24th. And so I think there has to be some, progress report presented to that group just so they know that we're still around and still functioning. And so we'll have to talk about what goes over to that group. But I gather there are no resolutions to bring before that group at this time.
Clarification.
Yes.
I believe it's the 18th and the 19th.
I'm sorry.
Just to clarify.
I thought I saw something from Scott.
It's actually a 2-day meeting this time. It's the afternoon of the 18th and the day of the 19th. It may be a good time to touch base for this group. If there's a breakout session, that's a long time for one of our meetings. We usually don't have it that long.
Okay. John, we're not adjourning just because you showed up. Thank you all for your contributions today, and continue. Yep, go ahead.
I just want to thank ABC. You're still here from ABC, right? For announcing, although apparently this wasn't a formal announcement, that all of your internet-based long-form programming is going to now carry captions. That's an extraordinary accomplishment, and it's hoped that others match you. So I don't know whether you're aware of this, but you are now.
That's how I like to end, Cheryl, on applause. Thanks, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Mark?